Ulitin mo, ulitin. Wait, ulitin. Di pala nakaset. Di nakaset.
Okay lang ako. Hindi ako prepared.
Ayan,
Wait lang,
ulit.
wait
Yeah.
lang. Ano yung ayun, Scholomance.
Okay, midterm exams.
Tama.
Go. Let's go.
Okay na.
Oo.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon everyone. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Welcome to the Hearthstone Scholomance Academy Midterm Exams presented by Enly and sponsored by AKG Games Philippines. What up? Percy here. And it's been a while na nag-cast ako ng Hearthstone. And dapat actually sasali ako sa tournament na to, but I got may ibang ganap na nangyari at I got an offer na baka gusto mo lang mag-cast for a bit. And yeah, this is habang sem break na di ba I think it's sem break season na.
Yeah, actually off season na sa Hearthstone esports scene. So, yun.
Yeah. So
and sa sa legit life ba? Oo, ata sem break.
Sa legit life sem break sa siguro sa esports scene sem break din while waiting for like the Hearthstone World Cup sa, if I'm not mistaken, sa May December din yun. Yeah.
World Cup December 15.
And yun, so habang sem break, actually parang medyo weird nga magsa-sem break pero may midterm exams. Parang very college-like.
Although late na nga yung midterm exams natin eh. Kasi finals natin in 2 weeks na agad.
Actually.
So, spoiler alert, magkaka-finals pa tayo. And next week, spoiler alert also, may special exams pa tayo. Ang dami nating exams dito.
Yeah, and parang ever since nagkaroon na ng practical exam in the form of duels sa Hearthstone, biglang dumami mga exams. Parang Scholomance Academy, siguro representative na rin siya ng mga colleges natin dito sa Pinas, bro.
Pwede.
Pero at least this kind of midterm exam, kung na-ace mo talaga siya, may actual reward ka na more than just grades ng nasasabi na magaling ka sa Hearthstone. Meron kang makukuhang special prizes.
Yeah, packs. So, ang first place natin, champion is Horseman Uther Bundle. Kung ano man yun, alam ko may portrait, may Scholomance Academy packs. 20 ata yun. I'm not sure if may card back, but anyway, yun. Tapos second would be the Huntsman Rexar. So, portrait and 5 hunter packs. The third and fourth is Color J na bundle. Ano ba yun? Ganun din, portrait. And plus 5 mage packs. And our 5th to 8 will have an option to pick a card back of choice. Magic of Galaran or Hallows End. So, yun.
Ay, sayang, hindi kasama yung pre-order na yung bago.
Syempre, walang pang ganung atang code.
Sayang. Pero, I think it's worth it na 500 golden you spend mo doon kasi may ganda yung animations nun eh.
Oo. Actually, yun nga, yung card back ngayon, pati yung cotton. Nazat yun, di ba? Nazat. Warlock portrait.
Yeah.
Gusto ko sana yun, kasi wala akong pang mega bundle eh. So, tsaga na lang sa raffle. Baka maka-raffle tayo.
Sana. I mean, there are a lot of other giveaways on Twitter, Facebook especially, na retweet, follow, and tag your friends lang. May chance ka na. I mean, ganun naman yung yung stuff ng raffles na if you get lucky, you get lucky. Masaya.
Okay, sige. Ano pa bang natin? Naghintay tayo ng kung sino yung round 1 natin.
Yeah. Pero at least may brackets na eh, 'di ba?
Generated na yung bracket, but I'm checking if tama ba yung setting ko. I think naglagay naman ako ng ban dito. Kasi parang nawala yung ban. Check natin. Saan ba yun? Setup, settings, open deck list, banning enabled. So, meron talaga. Di ko lang alam why not showing up to our players. But then again, yun. Ang first featured match natin would be AgentBlank and dncioRocksta. That's round 1. Ano ba masasabi mo sa current meta, Percy?
Actually, weird. I mean, syempre nag-settle na siya dahil nasa pang-ilang month na ba natin sa ano. It's like the second month ng expansion. So, alam na natin kung ano yung malakas. Alam na natin kung what works. Pero, meron pa rin mga outliers in the form of, parang yung nakita ko talaga it was in the show match, yung parang Highlander Face Hunter. Na parang, I would say, ano siya, outlier siya kasi, hindi siya kasi consistent ng actual Face Hunter. Pero it gets the job done naman minsan.
Oh, that's
Tapos,
true.
yeah. I like yung incarnation, yung iteration ng Demon Hunter ngayon na, of course, meron pa ring trying their best to play yung how it was before, yung aggro.
Mm.
Pero yung pinaka-prominent ngayon is si Soul Demon Hunter, which is as a medyo control combo kind of deck. I really like that kind of that kind of playstyle na at least hindi siya kagaya nung nangyari sa Hunter na naging either face lang siya. Naging mostly face, naging mostly aggro siya. Yung mid-range, meh lang. Sure, naging ano siya, meta siya sa siguro 2015 o 20, pero mas prominent pa rin yung face Hunter. Gusto ko yung naging evolution ng Libram Paladin into, hindi na siya pure eh. Yung merong Penflinger. People
And
have started, and Broom, people have started to abuse yung mga 1-mana, 1-1 na napakalaki pala ng effect nila na nung first weeks and first months, hindi natin in-anticipate yung power level nila. Parang siguro yung Broomstick, yung unang time na nakita ko lang siya nun, nagkakaroon ng tweaks for Guardian Animals Druid na ngayon, medyo gone na. Tapos,
and yung Penflinger and Broom, di ba? Ang gandang tool to counter the aggro decks. So, that's the reason why they also brought it.
Yeah, kasi like yung interesting lalo na sa akin na napunta siya sa Soul Demon Hunter, even kasi marami naman ding spells yung Demon Hunter.
Oo, naka-keep pa, di ba?
Tapos parang naisip ko lang ba't hindi naisip ng mga tao na sooner na ilagay yung Penflinger sa Libram Paladin kasi siguro natakot sila sa pure. Mas gusto nila yung pure.
Parang ang gandang, ano to, solid na synergy to. Let's go for the pure.
Tapos yun pala mas maganda pala yung Penflinger kasi nga 0 mana yung magiging Libram of Wisdom mo. So may times na you have a huge board tapos maglilibram of Wisdom ka, trade your board tas Penflinger for mga easy na ping. Kaya interesting talaga.
So, itong ipipicture natin, already selected. Kita ko na yung mga classes nila. Sinend ko na sa'yo sa Messenger yung link nung Yai tiers. And I saw that dncioRocksta is bringing Mage. Ako nang
Okay.
Spell Mage. I mean, Tempo Mage with Mana
Mage.
Cyclone. Warrior, that is a Bomb Warrior.
Warrior.
Tech siya with versus weapon kasi may ooze. And wait. Pakita ko na pala.
Yan.
Tapos
Soul Demon Hunter.
May
dalawang Penflinger.
And with Altruist kasi double Penflinger siya.
Double Penflinger.
And as for AgentBlank, yung kalaban ni dncioRocksta, nako, na sila eh. Pumasok na agad sila sa laro eh.
Nako. So, kailangan natin bilisan para mag-ano.
Wait. But ito, siya shaman niya is Totem Shaman.
Totem Shaman, yeah.
A Bomb Warrior. So, parang standard Bomb Warrior. Ang lang na tech card is Cobalt Sticky Finger plus Soul DH na 1 Penflinger, double Lapidary, double Adept. So, parang yung list na pinang legend ko. So, yun. Check mo na lang din yung nila, battle tag. Kasi papasok na tayo sa game.
Okay. Sige.
Oh no. Tope is showing in my overlay. That's not That's not AgentBlank.
Baka ano siya, maybe Tope 2.0. Malay mo.
Baka, tingnan natin.
O baka kasing level niya si Tope sa skill.
Pwede
Tingnan
rin,
natin,
pwede
malay
rin.
mo.
Ano pala yung ano mo, battle tags? Ikaw na lang pala mag-add para sasabihin ko sa kanila na i-accept ka.
Yeah, so para din sa mga nanonood at gusto mong makalaro ako or something for your 80 gold quest, kasi ako namimigay lang ako ng 80 gold minsan, is Percy, P3RCY, capital yung P sa kayong Y, tapos hashtag 11815. Yan. So, ay 11815. So, yeah, i-add ko na ang ating mga players para at least makita ko yung mga ganap.
So, first match natin is Demon Hunter versus Shaman. So, I think, based from their first deck that they queued, looks like they ban Warrior.
Yan, parang common theme siguro talaga for a tournament setting na ayaw mo makalaban ng Warrior kasi nga maybe consistency sila to clear your board, may consistency sila to deal damage to you. Basically, parang sila yung magsiset ng pace ng buong laro. And I think a lot of players hate playing against that kind of warrior na parang feeling mo helpless ka. And so I understand kung both warriors banned, and more understandable na nagdala sila ng warrior para dun sa additional scare factor na yun.
Na let's just get the ban. I don't even play Warrior, but I know that they'll ban this.
Exactly, ganun. Okay, so add ko na muna po sila para makita ko yung mga ganap.
So ngayon, as I can see, already down to half health si dncioRocksta, so 15 na lang siya. But he's already equipped his own lifesteal weapon,
Aldrachi Warblade.
So most likely makaka-gain naman nun siyang health. But wala pa siyang mga weapon attack booster. And AgentBlank is already at 3 cards left. But may Totem Goliath currently on board.
Oh, nai-imagine ko siya, and mahirap without a consume magic, mahirapan si dncioRocksta na na i-contest yung Totem Goliath after you deal with it with something like a Blade Dance after na mabuff. Pero yun nga, medyo na-imagine parang kulang yung mga ito na.
Tapos ito pa, walang soul fragments sa loob ng deck ni dncioRocksta. So, yung Shard Shatter Mystic niya is
inactive.
Kulang
pa yung mga pang-removal.
Yan, meron na palang Spirit Jailer. But anyway, I think yung Totem Goliath will survive this turn, and it can get Splitting Axed,
which is masakit.
Pero tatlo yun. Kaya tatlo kasi nakapag-philosophy siya.
A philosophy from the Wandmaker, tama ba to?
Yeah, philosophy from the Wandmaker.
Pero ito, diretsong 8 damage na to. Pwede mag-Vicina para lang mag-develop ng board, pero you probably don't want to do that. Yeah, it looks like a splitting axe. Oh wait, pwede din siya mag-tour guide hero power tapos ayun. Tapos splitting axe para meron
para 4 minions on board.
Ay, hintay ko lang na ma-add ako ni Densho para makita ko na din yung board niya. So far di ko nakikita yung kamay ni Densho. Pero this is looking pretty grim here for Densho unless ma-top deck siya na either ng Blade Dance or siguro kahit Twin Slice kaya.
Yeah, naka-top deck siya actually ngayon ng Silence.
Okay,
so Consume Magic the 5/4 and look for way to remove the other 5/4, then Shard Shatter Mystic.
Pwede. Kayang-kaya pa.
So,
here's the top deck.
Kaso wala. So pero he'll still survive here. Yung kaso ang problema, when he plays Shard Shatter Mystic, mawawalan siya ng pang-answer dun sa next one. Or, he could rather go for the trades now, 1-3, 1-3, 1-3, Pen Flinger, then the Pen Flinger dies along with the Shard Shatter Mystic. Diba? That's full clear.
Pwede. Yes, exactly. It is a full clear. It would play around na din yung potential Bloodlust or potential Vecina. Allow him to survive longer.
Oh, okay. Looks like
Wow.
he wants to save the Penflinger.
Tapos Shard Shadow Mystic dito
Oh,
lang.
wait, wait,
Nako!
wait.
Wait
Oh,
lang.
wait. Oh, Kek, wait.
Okay,
I
pwede
think
naman.
may sequence yun, di ba? He could have attacked the 1-3 first to the 5-4.
Yeah. Kaya,
And the other 1-3 to the face. So,
it saves the Pet Flinger as
yeah.
well. Pero medyo sinuwerte si dncioRocksta. At least na-clear niya yung board and
Uh-oh.
he doesn't die this turn. Medyo importante din yun.
He doesn't die this turn, but another Totem Goliath facing him. Will
And what-
Skull can give him a survival tools here? I think hindi. If kahit mag-survive siya this turn, kunyari na bunot niya yung mga soul fragments, he's facing a Vecina Bloodlust. Although Vecina and Bloodlust is 9 mana, so di pa pala kaya.
Pero overloaded siya, so kahit Vecina lang, enough to... Ay, oo nga.
Oo, enough for this, or for your AgentBlank next turn. Kasi, why would you go for the Bloodlust if you could just play a minion that almost act as a Bloodlust, di ba?
Yup. Pero meron pala siyang second... kaya pala nag-trade na siya kasi meron na siyang second Warblade. So, this might be enough for him to survive. Wait lang. No, he's dead. He's dead.
Yeah, based on what we're seeing, he's dead.
Yeah.
Shaman still a win. Yesterday, if you didn't know, we have a tournament also in Channel 8 in Mogul with Excelsior PH casting the games. I played on the first featured match. I play a Totem Shaman. Cause the format there is blind pick. So you could just queue any standard deck.
Yun yung may Luzon Regionals ba to?
Yeah, yung for Luzon only yesterday.
Cool. Okay, hindi pa rin ako ina-add ni Hindi pa rin ako ina-add ni sino to? Si Densyo. So mukhang
Papa-accept na lang kita, wait.
hindi
Sabihin.
lang. So will we see nakita ko na. Siguro na end of game lang. Masyadong focused pa. Kasi nga
Sa bagay.
going off a loss. Pero nonetheless, will we see a swap na kailangan na manalo ni AgentBlank sa kanyang Demon Hunter? So Demon Hunter versus Demon Hunter, mukhang slugfest of Soul Demon Hunter. Ay, wow! Iba yung ban. Mage ban pala. Yung
Mage ban kay Densho.
Densyo. So, a Demon Hunter, Soul's Demon Hunter versus Bomb Warrior. Meron ba tayong statistics dyan?
Wait. Okay. So, the ban was Demon Hunter ban for AgentBlank. While for dncioRocksta, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. Cause dncioRocksta queues his own Demon Hunters still. Tama, di ba?
Oo, tama.
Wait lang, hindi, mamaya na lang pag round 2 na. I-share ko saan dito. Sa Twitter, sa Facebook, ang daming ginagawa kapag
Itong plugging yun. Okay, Demon Hunter ban for AgentBlank, tapos si Densho. Bahala na.
Oh, and good, dito, good spot si AgentBlank cause he has Cobalt Sticky Finger Tech in. So kapag na-draw niya yun, makuha yung lifesteal, laking bagay na yun. Or even the Marrow Slicer.
The Marrow Slicer denies damage. Siguro depende na lang sa kung ano yung nagiging ganap sa board. Kung behind siya, mas need niya yung lifesteal weapon. Actually, basta makasteal ng weapon, already value na yung Sticky Finger. So,
Cause that's a 4-4 plus the weapon charge. Valuable, very valuable.
very valuable. So this anchor draws a 1 in 3 to draw the Sky Raider para lang may value next turn.
So, si Agent Blank nga pala, if you don't know, is a new streamer, Hearthstone
Oh,
streamer. So, pero naglaro na siya before. Nag-Hearthstone na talaga siya before. So, if you guys want to support other Hearthstone streamers, check his page, AgentBlank00. Hindi pa siya affiliate, so tulungan natin ma-hit niya yung 50 followers.
oo nga. Kayang-kaya yan.
And of course, dncioRocksta is an actual doctor. Kaya kung nakita nyo sa
Oo.
sa stream, naka-face mask siya. Kahit naglalaro online.
Yeah, it is, siguro advocacy naman talaga siya. Pero,
Although, picture lang yon.
still.
Nag-renab ko lang sa Facebook without
Without,
without
wala.
consent.
Quiet na lang tayo dapat dyan eh. Pero nasabi na sa stream.
Pero alam naman ni dncioRocksta, I already used it last week. Last week, kung tama ako, Wisbang Tourney, number 25, nag-champion siya.
Ah!
So that was his first championship
Milestone.
under my tournament.
That's pretty nice. Yung ayoko lang talaga yung fact na na-move sa wild si Wisbang eh.
Oh, ang daming random cards, but still it's fun to see those cards from time to time.
Oh, Agent Blank mukhang magdi-discard siya. Nakalimutan niya mag-coin. Medyo malaki yung discard na to kapag na-hit yung mga high-end niya. Or kung na-hit yung wrench caliber. Or even yung sticky finger.
Oh, ngayon baliktad yung spot. Kanina before jumping into the game, ganyan yung spot ni dncioRocksta. Already below 15. But now Agent Blank is currently on that spot. Naghanap ako ng picture ni Agent Blank because I think there will be a game 3 here. So, teka, yun. Nakita ko na siya.
Okay, para saan tong coin na to?
Gagrab lang ulit tayo ng picture.
Yoink. Actually, maraming possible ways para maggawa tong turn na to. Kaso, the fact na nag-coin siya muna, meaning magko-commit siya ng 6 mana this turn, which is something you don't want to do agaran. So, okay. So, he's going for an Armor Smith, Risky Skipper, Barrow. Which...
So, Mr. Agent Blank, I got a picture of you.
Nice.
Nalagay na natin sa stream.
Shield Slam Hero Power. Okay, pwede din pala. So, there are multiple ways to deal with that endeavor. And now, this kind of forces dncioRocksta to react to this board.
Di on yung tawag dito, deck tracker ko. So, but may soul fragments naman, di ba?
Yep, so may may isa pa. The Shoal Sadder Mystic is active, which will give Ancient Blank 3 more armor, pero hanggang 3 na lang with this Armor Smith hit. 2 pala, I should say. Wait, 2? 3? No, 3 pala. Kakalimutan ko na pag tinamaan yung Armor Smith, okay lang pala. So, pwede rin consume magic na nasa left side to draw, para hindi na siya magkaroon ng armor. Go on the all-out offensive.
Para, yun nga. Magra-rush na lang siya ng damage.
Kasi may expect ka pa na meron pang shield block. Meron pang 2 quartermaster. So, and he's saving the consume magic for something else. Ano ba pwede? Krastinov, yung Barov. Pero parang
let's see. Parang wala namang good, maybe the next Armor Smith. Or the second Risky Skipper, but anyway.
Parang medyo naging conservative si dncioRocksta sa play this turn.
That's true.
Tingnan natin kung magpe-pay off in the future turns. Kasi ngayon, Agent Blank has yun yung dito na magsisimula yung comeback mechanics niya with the wrench caliber to draw bombs to put bombs in your opponent's deck. Tapos magsa-cycle through na siya pagka nakuha na yung wala pala siyang loot.
Pillager, yeah. The re-equip.
Wala pala.
So he decided just to go for the Cobble Sticky Finger, being more reactive sa possible na kalaban. We're on an open deck list, guys. So if you guys want to check their decks, I could provide. Yung
Oh.
teka, check ko, lagay ko na nga. Mubot, deck. Decks.
So, a mana burn turn. Pwede na. At least shield block, shield slam. Walang extra armor na makukuha for Agent. Blank this turn. But it still deals with this lapidary. Tapos pwede pa mag-cut. Next turn. Oh! Wait lang. Iniisip niyang umatake. So, pero wala siyang weapon next turn. Wait, what is this attack though? What does it do?
Maybe thinking ahead of time, I can play Cobble Sticky Finger next because I know dncioRocksta will equip weapon.
Pero yung pwede naman kasi dyan, pwede ka mag-cut ng
cutting classes. And
Pwede ka mag-cut.
you also have Krastinov. So, yun nga.
Medyo na naging ano siya, too reactive doon.
And too eager to use his weapon.
Yeah. Lalo na dalawa lang yung isa na lang yung weapon niya sa deck, which is yung the last trench caliber, na pag hindi tinamaan ng Corsair Cash, dalawa lang yung charge. And now you're sitting with two cutting classes na dapat 2 mana siya last turn kung sinave lang niya yun. Kasi pwede namang mangyari is sure nag-play ng weapon yung kalaban mo. So you can sticky fingers after you hit with your weapon, and in the end you still steal the weapon.
True. Kaya mag-spot na din ako ng potential round 2 natin kasi baka biglang mag-start yung itong mga players natin i-feature natin. So I think I'll be featuring Lord Jaraxxus. He's waiting for the winner of Switch and Azrael Elite. So sila na lang feature natin. Or we could go for Akino. Akino is people cute. Champion of yesterday's tournament and returnee. So, pwedeng
nakita ko yung story niya.
So, pwedeng siya na lang para ma-highlight ulit yung niya. Card game comeback.
Pwede. Magandang storyline to. Like, it's always so fun to see returners coming back to a game. Lalo na, this is the best year of Hearthstone, I would say. Kasi we're getting so many revamps from simula pa lang nung Year of the Phoenix, nagbago na yung ranking system.
Yeah, that's true.
Tapos, meron pang incoming na yung mga incoming na yung sa achievements,
rewards. And I believe they won't stop there. I truly believe that on April, meron pang mga pasabog dyan. Kasi syempre, yung pinakagusto kong mabago is yung economy, das economy. Or, basta, magagawa nila ng paraan yun to make it more budget friendly. Kasi 'di ba, compared to the other modern card games, digital card games, sobrang delayed ni Hearthstone. I mean, sobrang madamot ni Hearthstone, 'di ba?
Madamot, yes, yeah. I could attest to this as I've played a lot of card games. And by the way, this is lethal with
Kain, Hero Power, Twin Slice. That's lethal. So dncioRocksta managed to get the best of one. Best of one because this is a draw. I mean, all one.
I mean, ano naman, diba? They're playing until may manalo, diba? Wala namang draw dito, diba?
Wala.
My gosh. Pero yun nga, I think going back dun sa sinabi mo nga kanina na medyo naging madamot yung Hearthstone over the past years or so. Lalo na I can attest since I've played siguro 3 or 4 din ako na other digital card games na medyo generous talaga sila sa rewards. Lalo na daily quest. Kunyari, kahit sa daily quest man lang, all 3 binibigay dun sa isang card game, all 3 binibigay per day. Imbes na 1 per day. Na parang you don't really feel bad for missing a day. Kasi mas madami kang reward sa mga kuha overtime. At tingnan natin kung ano yung step.
Magiging strategy nila, yeah. So,
Kasi
Mage versus Warrior, tayo.
okay, so yung na-ban nga kay dncioRocksta is yung Warrior. Because why not? Pero malakas tong mage na to kasi kahit it still has like the nerfed cards like Solarian and Invocation.
Yeah, because this is the core package of this. The random generated factor, di ba?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, tama. Ang naging nerf talaga sa evocation, it won't get discovered from one maker. And the one, yung ano pa yung isang card? The
It's
5 mana. Although wala dito, Dragon. Cobalt Spellkin.
yung Spellkin. Okay, yes. Ibang inisip ko si Maligos pero but okay, so far mukhang both are in a good spot. Mage has a high chance of beating the Warrior with
with card draws, yeah. So, Cirque Apprentice waiting room, maybe. There's a Arcane Intellect here, so kayang-kaya ni dncioRocksta to.
Exactly, tas dead weight pa yung sticky fingers na draw. But at least may wrench caliber tayo to contest this board and generate threats of its own. Ngayon nag-iisip si dncioRocksta ano ba yung tamang play. Magpa-primordial studies ka ba tayo into another one maker? Kasi medyo matatakot ka sa anong klaseng removal yung ibibigay sa'yo ng Warrior.
Kasi pwede siya mag-flood ng board dito. Play like a play as aggressor, go for the board.
Yeah, kasi mahirapan yung Warrior na mag-armor up kung wala naman din siyang ginagawa tungkol sa board. So, yeah, tama lang. And then, wala naman siyang 1 health minion dito eh. Medyo mahirap lang for Bladestorm. So, Arcane Intellect signals na magka-conservative lang siya. Or one maker into Primordial Studies into a lab partner will suggest yung sinasabi mo nga na zoo play. Or pwede rin Solarian.
So, he went for Solarian. Let's see if he go for the studies or play spell.
Magic.
So, he went for the spell.
Oh! The Spellbender. Siguro magandang read.
Best for the Spellbender, tricky din to work, to play around that. Pero, with just one spell, malalaman na niya, oy, ano yun, Spellbender. Assuming, kunyari, Bladestorm siya ngayon, or just armor, shield up, ano yun? Armor up.
Tapos nakapa-atake na siya sa hero, nag-summon na siya ng minion, na-play na rin din na lahat ng secrets. Pretty nice.
Shield block pala yun, shield block. Yung spell.
Yung block pala. Okay.
So, one tip is a good draw. So, Mana Giant, medyo mamaya pa yan. Let's see if he's playing a one Conjurer's Calling. So, ito, medyo pangit yung discover niya dito.
He's banking on... Wala siyang dragon sa deck, so pang-clear lang tong Arcane Breath. And yep. 1 mana, pang-boost lang sa Mana Giant.
It's time for, of course, cutting class if you want to open your first play. Another cutting class.
So... medyo may tricky yung turn na to. Pero you could let this 4 damage pass by.
Yeah.
And so he does. Kasi 4 damage na naman yung hindi ka naman natatakot pa. You are 24, you have both of your shield blocks. So this is looking like an okay position for...
And he'll hold the weapon, right? Because there might be a chance that you'll draw Upgrade or Krastinov.
Probably Krastinov, yes. Ano may isang trap? He drew both mana giants.
Second mana giants already on hand.
Parang medyo masakit sa board to.
Let's see if may brawl si Densho. Oops. May brawl. But, not Densho. AgentBlank pala. Mali pala yung tinitingnan ko. Yeah. Pero may brawl din siya.
Wala pa sa kamay, but it's going to be needed late. Siguro needed now, pagka wala masyadong nangyayari pa sa sa
Sa
game.
kabila. Yeah, for sure,
Magalang
AgentBlank will go for the Blade Storm here.
Oh,
There's
yan
the
na yung
dragon.
Maligos.
There's the dragon.
Might as there's a dragon, so
Oh. So, I think
okay. Gets ko na. Coin
Because-
a mana giant tapos mag avalanche
Yeah.
na lang later.
yeah. So,
Pero yun.
he won't be playing the usual
He's going
spell mage. Spell
He's
mage.
going for
He'll
the
go for the
cool.
minion mage.
Minion mage.
Elemental minion.
Small spell, quote unquote. Small minions din pala may karugtong siya. So, yeah, this is looking like a Blade Storm lang. Kasi kawawa. Sobrang kawawa na si AgentBlank dito. Pero, will he read na may mana giant si dncioRocksta? Dahil sa sobrang conservative na mga...
Possible.
Yeah,
He
he's-
might even think that the second, third card is like a mana giant.
Pwede din. Kasi right now, wala nang... It's a slow turn. Slow turns are happening. So, pagka ikaw mismo inantok ka sa game at parang inaro mo na lang lahat ng removals mo, it's going to cost you in the long run. But here, Blade Storm lang. Kasi meron na siyang ways to deal with the Mana Giant if mako-coin out siya this turn. Which is, nasabi nga natin na ito yung plan niya. Ito na. Coin pa.
Yeah, iniisip ko kung meron pang that didn't start in his deck. So yun, pinapababa pa ni dncioRocksta yung cost ng mana giants niya, which is good. I think he'll pick Steward of Scrolls dito, pero medyo top heavy na rin, so there's a choice of just having Talnos para rin
Draw a card.
ma-discount din yung mana giant, di ba?
No, kasi cards pala to. No?
Yeah, cards that didn't start in his deck.
So dito makikita yung power talaga ng Mana Giant na hindi lang siya spells tulad ng Arcane Giant. With another shield block, kaya niya makapag-shield slam. Sayang, hindi talaga nakahanap si dncioRocksta ng opportunity para makapag what do you call this? Hindi siya nakahanap ng opportunity para ma-drop yung Spellbender para ma-counter yung mga ganap na ganito. Shield block, shield slam.
Shield slam, yeah. Sayang lang hindi na set up agad ni Densho yung Spellbender. Imagine Spellbender being activated here.
Tanggal yung armor, tapos wala nang magiging useless yung pangalawa mong shield slam. Pretty good.
Yep. So, this animated avalanche needs to be played here or for the next turn. Mag-ano muna siya, Mana Giant. If dncioRocksta is afraid of the second Blade Storm, he'll forgo the animated avalanche. Pero, ang problem, if he goes for the Mana Giant, wala na siyang bala for the Conjurer's Calling.
Aasa siya sa avalanche next turn. So, here we go for the Spellbender. Probably a small minion, tapos
Mana Giant. Yeah.
Para ma-force out yung last Blade Storm. Kasi okay lang naman na ganito yung setup niya. Na may mana, siguro, sure, mawawalan siya ng options for Conjurer's Calling sa Mana Giant, but you have your animated avalanche, which is still a 7-drop, which is still valuable.
And that have higher stats than the Mana Giant. Kasi, di ba, summon a copy of this. So, that's a 14-12.
Exactly. 10 cards. Wow, kalma. Anak ko, hindi niya, I don't think he reads this.
I think he won't test. Oh, wait.
Okay, kaya pa naman.
So, I think covers and Shield Slam will get the job done.
Pwede na. Buti na test niya kasi nakita ko yung hover sa Galakron tapos
Yeah, I
mag-all
think
in
he's
sa
thinking
Galakron.
of Galakron plus Shields lang. Buti, nag-ting, maganda tayo. Play around tayo sa spell, secrets.
Yeah, sobrang devastating kung di niya nakita yun eh. Okay, just a simple Fey-wing here kasi nga yung mga ganton na elusive.
Oh,
Nako,
good against mage.
good against mage.
So now, he needs the brawl. Diba?
Yup.
Oh,
Or a
wait,
Barov. Pwede din.
Barov
Pwede din.
plus Skipper?
Skipper.
Meron pa bang pang...
Ano, yung sticky... Ay, di pa ba? Kaya yung sticky finger, pwede. Kasi sayang lang naman din eh.
Or just Barov then just clear the things. Doesn't need to proc the death rattle.
Anything para hindi siya mag-take ng any more damage this turn. Corsair Cash will draw him this last Wrench Caliber. It's not gonna be useful for him in this situation. Or is it? Parang, wow, okay. Okay, he's gonna trade his entire board. He's playing like a control warrior. Parang hindi mo na pakialam yung damage sa mage. And yung pag-develop niya ng board. It's nice. Okay lang yung attack na to kasi you deal with the spell damage minion. Kasi spell damage against the mage na medyo nakakatakot din siya. Oh, pwede na to.
So, teka, mag-score lang ako.
Alright, sige lang.
Hindi ko sure kung may error ba talaga ngayon so scoring. Earlier, dncioRocksta and AgentBlank reported that there's no ban, but I think yung ban, nagkamali lang sila. Akala nila wala. Pero itong score, we'll see kung meron na bang nag-move sa other bracket. Kasi kung may nag-move, that means nagloko lang.
Single LMs pala to, no?
Single LMs lang.
So, this
So
is do or
nice.
die.
That's already Solarian Prime in his hand.
Oh!
Wow, bad outcome.
Yeah, obvious naman na ito yung this is an illusion. Of course, the Blood Herald is
Really? The 1-1 is the illusion? I thought the 5-4.
Oh! Either way, they will both die. Kasi of the Bar of Death Rattle, it doesn't matter. You hate to see it. Pero at least hindi siya yung dalawang Blood Herald. So a slow turn begets this upgrade into wow.
Yeah, upgrade
into the
hero power. Oh, that deals a lot of damage.
Medyo masakit po.
And how many bombs already inside Densio's deck? That's 4 bombs
4.
now.
Exactly.
Then he can play Blastmaster Boom, hero power, or even with Skipper to if he feels like this will deal lethal.
Okay, open Solarian. Mamamatay si Solarian on any spell. Oh, counter spell, Blizzard. Arcane Breath with no hero power. Allies.
Oh, that's
Oh!
good. That's good. That's
Deep
big.
freeze.
Oh,
Sure,
wow.
7-4 na lang siya pero this stops the aggression.
Yeah,
Dahil
that's
counter
true.
spell pa.
And he needs to kill the water elementals. Wow, that's a good Solarian. That's the last spell, di ba?
Oo, yung talaga unexpected turn of events pa talaga eh. Wow.
So, ang kailangan talagang i-play around na dito ni dncioRocksta would be the second Blade Storm or the Brawl. So, kailangan lang niya let this water elemental survive at least one water elemental. Pero sobrang big nito.
Oh, and a snap pick Solarian para may Solarian Prime pa in the future. And still gets nothing, so how do you deal with this Solarian Prime na 4 health?
Skipper Boom will be the play. Let's go.
Armor Smith Skipper. Skipper, Armor Smith, Blade Storm. Wait. Blade Storm.
Yeah, he could open with Blade Storm just to remove the...
Kaso may counter spell.
Yeah, yan nga. Remove the option. So, ang next na niya dito, we'll just go for minions. Like Quartermaster, Armorsmith.
Wait, seryoso ba siya dyan? Pwedeng mag-Blastmaster Boom na lang siya. Kasi wala naman din siya magagawa eh. Because you've lost your removal. Oh, but he's going for it. He's going for a risky
Double
skipper
skipper?
armor.
Will he go for the double skipper? Double skipper Armorsmith?
Ayaw niya sa mga water elemental na to. And Lee.
So that's not enough, but he'll generate several armors. So that's a good one. The taunt,
Yeah.
but it doesn't remove everything. Pero yun, he still have the second disc skipper to combo with the Blastmaster Boom.
Oh, and with the Chen Bala pickup here, mukhang... Tapos may water elementals pa on the board. AgentBlank needs his brawl kasi I think dncioRocksta is gonna go ham on this. Or not. Save lang. Oh. Ito na yung Krastenov.
Yeah, Krastinov. But it won't, yeah.
Nako, ito na.
It won't kill the two water elemental. So he'll just go for the boom here.
One less boom bot.
Nice. Perfect hit.
Pwede na. Tapos -1 lang sa hero. O, -5 in total. That's still pretty good.
Kasi, enemy number 1 niya talaga yung water elemental.
This is a Chen Vala turn. Yep. Yeah, this is looking like a Chen Vala turn kasi he has...
Yeah, he Ray of Frost. He needs to Ray of Frost the 7-6. And even kill the 1-2.
Hindi siya magko-commit ng apprentices dito.
Yeah, he doesn't need it yet. Combustion clears, right?
7-4.
Oh, now...
Yeah, technically it does. Kasi
Yeah.
kaya naman, kaya. Combustion into
Combustion
the 7.
the risky skipper, then Ray of Frost, Ray of Frost.
Isa na lang yung Ray of... Ay, may isa pa pala siyang Ray of Frost. Yes, tama. Ha. Wait. 3. So he needs 3 more. Dapat nag-Ray of Frost na lang siya if he wants to.
Para sure na...
3 damage.
And he will have the second snow elemental, di ba? Pero conservative si dncioRocksta.
Scared for the brawl. This Corsair Cash does nothing. But the big thing here is nakaka-atake na si AgentBlank. So yung mga...
So Krastinov to 1-2, then hit weapon to the 2-5.
Pwede. Because you need to control... You need to control this board. Chen Vala is a major threat. So tama lang tong place na to. Sticky Finger or Fey-Wing works either way. Mas maganda yung Fey-Wing just because... Ay, mas maganda yung Sticky Finger kasi may 5-5 pang threat in the board. Whoa! Wait! Okay. Huh? So, kalma lang siya. With just a Fey-Wing and... Hindi niya kinamit yung Krastinov. Siguro iko-commit niya for next turn. Ayaw niyang mag-value trade sa 5-5. And dumating na ang... Oh wow, I have not seen this
Cyclone
in a while. Parang last na laro ko sa kanya is nung last year pa. Ay, last year? Ano ba ngayon? O tama, last year pa.
The year of the dog. dog one with this
Yeah. Oh! Elemental allies for draw 3 spells in your deck. Tapos 4 na bombs.
GG. Draw bombs and be dead.
Oh! Elemental allies! No!
Yeah, elemental allies ruins him. We didn't notice that and the interaction was funny. Let's see elemental allies legitimately draw 3 bombs.
Like as you can see,
Based
high troll
based from the history, nice elemental allies. It's not ally, it's elemental enemies.
Elemental enemies. What? Oh, you hit.
And that's the game, right?
That's the game.
Well
You
played. Well played. The Mana Cyclone is bait.
You should have played it the turn after. Oh my god. Who knew that
Oh.
Mana Cyclone?
That's a Trollden clip or Hearthstone dailies.
Hello. Hello YouTube once again. If this is if I get into Trollden, this is my second time. Hi Trollden, I love your videos.
So let's get back to the
Uh,
caster
geez.
cam. So caster cam na tayo.
Yes.
dncioRocksta loses the game because of
Ooh.
the elemental enemies.
Elemental enemies, bad interaction. See, you get so tempted talaga, 'di ba? You get your Mana Cyclone, you have your combo, and then you just generate a lot of cards and you don't really expect to die outright dun, 'di ba?
Oh, and siguro nakalimutan din niya na, spell nga pala si Bombs.
There's like ilan yun? 5 in the deck. It's very impossible na hindi mo bunot tatlo dun eh.
Oo, that's
From
true.
the allies.
So that's not RNG, that's elemental enemies.
Yeah. So, ayan, that's the beauty of Solarian Prime as well kasi 'di ba nakita natin yung the Solarian Prime
Almost
na
swings the game with the deep freeze.
but it swings the game in both ways. It swings the game into the favor of Agent
That's
Blank.
true. So,
In the favor of Detroit and into
give
Agent
and
Blank.
take, give and take lang.
RNG giveth, RNG taketh away. O ganon.
So, that's a wrap ng round 1, 'di ba? We'll be going back in a few. Our round 2 would be, let's see, Akino versus MACnavy. So, Akino, the player who won the tournament yesterday, and MACnavy, veteran players also. So,
Familiar face.
other thoughts, or we can take the break now?
Yeah, we should siguro we need caster break na din from yung nangyari dun kanina no. so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with round 2 of the Hearthstone Scholomance Academy midterm exams. Aral-aral lang dahil 2 weeks na lang. Finals na bigla. So yeah. We'll
Resume
see you in a bit.
in a bit. Thank you. Hello guys, we're now back for our Scholomance Academy midterm exams. And now we're on round 2, Akino versus MACnavy. The ban is in. And what can you say about the bans and the lineup, Percy?
Wait, I heard that Akino's Rogue was banned, and for McNavy, what was his ban? Should ask.
Pali.
Pali. Oh yeah, we were talking about ito. McNavy's bringing decks that yung napag-usapan na natin kanina, right? Yung may Penflinger for both the Libram Paladin and for the Soul Demon Hunter. And interesting that Akino, nasabi natin a returner to Hearthstone, opts to play against the Priest. Not a lot of people siguro in the Hearthstone PH community would dare venture against. I like his bravery here kasi yung decks niya mukhang kaya naman to face the priest, lalo na if he gets a good curve. Maganda yung trades niya. And just kung if he gets siguro value off of if he finishes the game fast, lalo na the face hunter, minsan hindi kakayanin ng priest na mag-deal ng wide boards and heal.
Yeah, that's true. So, ang key key stat ni Akino here, Akino would be the aggression, 'di ba?
Yes.
Versus the priest.
Yeah, those are his decks as well kasi yung medyo mid-range yung paladin yan kasi it is the same deck as MACnavy's minus Lord Barrow for MACnavy that spans so hindi natin makikita.
So
Tapos
ito, ipapakita ko yung
Allura.
MACnavy. Yan. Okay, MACnavy, yan.
Okay. So there's the Demon Hunter, which is I think similar to it's not really that similar to yours kasi walang Glavebound at Death. Interesting. Instead, it has an Altruist dahil nga sa double Penfinger. Tapos yung kay MACnavy, this is your usual it's not even Galakron Priest, it's just Priest.
Oh, the Tempo Priest.
Tempo Priest. Yung may Cabal Acolyte and Wave of Apathy to steal your board. Tapos kay Akino, are you showing his decks?
Yes, I'm showing his deck.
So, the Rogue is banned. Sayang maganda yung Rogue. Maganda yung Rogue
Maganda sana makakita ng Rogue ngayon, but wala eh.
I think MACnavy knows the potential ng Rogue na to and how it can swing against both the Priest. For all three of his decks. So, ito na lang yung pinili niya. Sobrang update siya. It's the Secret Tempo Rogue. May Hanar, Dragon's Horde.
And buti nga nabuod ni Akino agad yan, di ba? Because he's a returnee. And yesterday, he told me that he only have 2 decks. Buti nakapag-fit in siya ng new cards. I mean, new class ngayon. I'm not sure if the Rogue or the Hunter was his 3rd deck. Pero, I think the Rogue was his 3rd deck. So, yun. I will instruct the players to jump into the game. Tapos, hahanap ako ng mga pictures nila.
Nice.
So, yun.
Okay.
Sabihin ko, G na. G. Add mo na lang din sila or na-accept ka na?
Yes, na-accept na ako. I'm just clicking. I think on my end, nakalagay sa akin, the game you attempted to spectate may be full or already finished or it may be close to spectator. So, I'm not sure if it's a spectator bug kasi or baka dahil wala pa yung game.
Probably wala pa yung game. Wait, check natin. Si MACnavy.
I'm getting may chat sa akin. Nag-chat sa akin si Akino actually.
Oh no. Yun nga, wala si Akino walang spec. So MACnavy view lang tayo for this game. Paparestart ko si Akino mamaya. Akino.
Okay.
So DH versus Pali.
This is the worst matchup of Soul DH if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, not worst. Cause it's winnable naman. ang nagiging worst lang for DH is if the Abyss Allura would land a Hope.
Early Hope.
Yeah, early 8-8.
Tapos given pa yung handy MACnavy right now, it's not looking too bright. Double Marrow Slicer.
Kasi based sa stats ko from my climb in Asia, lahat positive yung win rate ko eh. Tapos yung sa pali ko naman, negative pa ako versus DH. So baliktad.
Weird. Kasi for the longest time, alam ko talaga na Souls DH is weak to Paladin.
Oh, pero
But,
syempre,
ay, or baka druid yun.
small
Or
sample
baka
size naman yun. So,
ayun, still. Bilis ng soul fragment. Ay, o nga no, I think he needs to draw all of the soul fragments na para the Allura doesn't cast the soul fragment
that's true.
accidentally.
Nangyari din sa akin yun. And yung na-mention ko kanina, the High Abyss Allura getting the hope. I have 80 games of Pali. And siguro, we can say that I played High Abyss Allura 30 times. And 2 beses lang lumabas yung hope.
Well, based off of stats, siguro, let's say you have siguro first day of school, yung pinang-cast mo kasi nga. You have 2 adults, 2 wisdoms, pero dalawa naman din, 2 librams of justice. Tapos dalawang, ang hirap naman, parang hindi naman, parang unbelievable din sa akin na parang 1 out of 8, 2 out of 8, so 1/4 pa may miss mo most of the time.
Oo. Lungkot lang eh. Pero, nakapag-legend naman tayo, so, still fine.
Still. Okay, so, dalawa, yeah, tama. You want to withdraw a lot as the Libram Pali. Yeah, Loot Hoarder and Novice Engineer are good additions to this deck. That ngayon hindi na siya na-restrict to yung mga paladin only cards. So siguro yung pen pali. Like ay nakita ko sa post mo pen pali. What's it called now? It's turned into a sort of a kind of combo deck.
Oh, for
Not
the
really.
late game, cause it will give you
Unlimited value.
guaranteed 9 damage per turn when you can trade the board. And if you cannot trade the board to get the Livram of Wisdoms, you will hit the face of your enemy millions of damage, diba?
Yeah. This is what happens when you have 0 mana spells. End of pen finger, so natural synergy.
So yung majority of damage taken by MACnavy here is from the small minions lang. And Akino decided to go for the penflinger here. Hindi nga niya pinabalik eh. Maybe he already have the second one. Kaya okay lang sa kanya na iwan tong penflinger na isa dito.
Very, very likely. Sayang din kasi. That also tells us na he's also saving first day of school for Allura, or that he does not have it. Very likely doesn't have it. So, MACnavy going for an altruist consume magic. Hindi siya nag-consume magic, so he's going to let Akino draw a card here. I'm not sure how useful that's gonna be. Lalo in this deck sa Pali, walang consecration and si Barov lang yung clear.
And of course, may Libram. I mean, not Libram. The broomstick is also clear.
Which one was already used a while
Yeah.
ago.
Ilan na ba yung Salhet's Pride? Oh, only one was played.
Only one. Yes.
So, coin. So, I think wala pa siyang Libram of Wisdom. Or meron na. Let's see. Kapag naiwan yung pen flinger here, wala pa siyang Libram of Wisdom. Oh, good thing meron siya. And good thing for MACnavy holding out his consume magic. He'll be eating 1 Wisdom. Diba? Libram of Wisdom.
How valuable is this going to be? Definitely huge value if Akino doesn't have the second one in his hand currently.
Or the legendary Lady Liadrin. Oh, wait.
Huh?
Maybe a Blade Dance here?
Huh? Oh, okay. It's okay, I guess, because you don't really have a lot of stuff to Blade Dance. But
And
it's still kind of...
he's already at 11 health. But he could have penflinger that. But I think he wants the penflinger on his hand to ping out the Divine Shields.
From this Libram of Hope.
Yeah.
Oh no.
that this is big. Getting Libram of Hope on mid-game. But there's a Sociologist Militia. So this is a good one for good keep for MACnavy, not playing the pen flinger. But he could just because you don't know kung mag-survive yung Spirit Jailer. Kaya nag-save siya pen flinger for the Divine Shield. Pero ngayon, makapag-trade siya.
Still valuable, so that leaves three frees on the board. And magiging a hard task for Akino here to clear MACnavy's board of 11 damage.
Yeah. Needs a Lord Barov or Justice plus several pings from pen flinger to deal with this board. Yung Justice niya is at
2.
At 2 mana, so hindi, mahirap. He cannot clear all these minions this turn. Kasi as we can see, as we saw earlier, na silence yung yung 1 Libram of Wisdom. So ano yung pang ano niya dito? Pang re-return. So there's 1 first day of school. Will there be additional spell on his hand? Is
Probably,
that Elven Archer? Is that Elven Archer?
Nako. Or a second Libram. Nice one.
Oh, that's a good one. And you have pen flinger to ping this angry chicken, by the way.
Easy lethal.
Yeah,
Recalling
I think I have a game like that, but not pen flinger. Elven Archer get obtained from the created by first day of school too.
Pretty good. With no Aldrachi Warblades to boot though.
But there's Call of Gul'dan.
Okay.
So I think there's no buffed angry chicken now. I think he'll go for Mystic, Soul Shard, and Soul Shard Lapidary plus 1 Maker. Get the board.
Get the board, go for the counter attack. Hope that your opponent does not have Liadrin or a second Libram of Hope, and just be on your way.
So Liadrin is almost not so valuable here. How many Libram of Wisdom was played earlier? I think only 3 or less than 3. Tapos 2 hand of the Libram of Hope. That's super slow if he just go for the Liadrin. And there's no more pen flinger to deal with. So I think MACnavy will have a chance here unless a flood happens.
Oh, why is he considering to? He's scared of the attacks, but this Kane is going to just probably.
Is this lethal 8 with this? I think lethal. I don't want to count. This is lethal. This is lethal.
10. Wait, 13 left. Yes, 10 on board. Yeah, it's default. With the Kane is default. It is. He has 10 on board plus Kane. That's lethal.
Yeah, that's lethal. 11 plus 2, 13.
Oof. So the trade there would not have saved Akino, but that was a valiant effort.
Yeah. So see, a Demon Hunter won the game because it's almost 50-50 for me.
That is an interesting note. So maybe I guess the limited bad matchup is Druid to Paladin.
Yeah, I think the Druid is the one you're mentioning.
Yeah.
So yun. Demon Hunter out for MACnavy, getting 1-0 versus Akino. Both of them will be on the finals of the Channel 8 League tournament because
they won.
If I'm correct, MACnavy won the first one. He got top 4. Then Akino champion, so top 4. So they're both invited already.
So if you win top 1 there, you can you're basically playoffs guaranteed.
Yeah, top 4
Oh,
playoffs
top.
guaranteed. So that's the qualifier. Next qualifier is for Visayas and Mindanao.
Yes.
So I instructed Akino to um reboot his Hearthstone client
So that we can
so
spec.
we can spec him.
Yeah. Okay, so Gina daw ulit. I have just gotten word that we're going to game 2 with MACnavy going for the priest. Of course, I am excited to see this priest na even if it has a nerfed Cabal Acolyte, it still is able to just steal your opponent's
Yeah, that's
small.
the you're playing it for the effect. And also, of course, the taunt is also good, but the effect is more valuable. Imagine 4 mana with a chance to steal.
The Wave of Apathy assures that you can steal
A big
anything
minion.
within
Yeah, any minion.
the realm of possibility. It's pretty good. Parang it's scary. It's annoying to deal with. Lalo na't kunyari, you have like a Wave of Apathy into Soul Mirror. You can virtually steal huge studded minions, and once the Wave of Apathy subsides, you get to counter attack with everything for full
Hearthstone.
damage.
Yeah. Tournament, HSPH. Ano ko lang pala, i-plug ko pala. We have community goal and sub goal on my stream. Yung community goal, if we hit it, Battlegrounds, probably that's invitational. We already raised
Oh.
34% of the 100k channel points. Channel points is obtained by just supporting through lurking, donates, subscribing, and other things. And the sub goal, ha! If you
Sub.
haven't, if you
I know.
haven't noticed, the sub goal is actually that's a 25 subscription to 25 subscribers to have me dance or be
Yeah,
challenged TikTok for 1 minute.
I saw that.
But
It's pretty nice.
since we hit 10 subscribers yesterday, Kara, um, nagmakaawa siya. Sabi niya, kahit isa lang. Kahit yung as a teaser. So, sige, pagbibigyan natin. I'm not sure if tomorrow or Monday, but for sure,
Nako.
I'll do it for the community. kahit,
Woo!
kahit labag sa kalooban ko.
Ayos. So from the first day of school, he has an extra broom. Oh wait, no, is this an extra broom or beaming sidekick? Let me check. No, it's a
Wait,
beaming sidekick. I thought it was an extra broom.
I
So
have to
beaming
jump
sidekick
into the
for-
spectate again. So, on game na sila, di ba?
Yes, I am seeing this priest. The turn zero first day, turn one first day of school, and into yung infected sporling, a very very scary infected sporling. If it gets buffed or anything happens to it, that it stays alive, and then wow, and then just turn for MACnavy, he's just skipping kasi you're a priest. You can skip turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, and then make a huge comeback. So ayan na.
Yan. Just cast the tournament, I'll post on my Facebook page and Twitter. We didn't able
Yeah.
to get pictures.
Uh,
Too bad.
Too bad. Medyo kailangan bilisan pa yung detective work. But
The problem is that the computer is
yeah,
is slow now.
overworked.
Not that the detective work is slow, but the computer is slow.
So overworked yung computer. No problem here. So on turn 4, Akino coined out a this Aldor Truth Seeker in the middle of the Sporling and the Hero Power Silver Hand Recruit. And MACnavy is just going to heal this out. He is skipping turn 5 as well. Very priest-like. I like this play. Well, it's because his hand is filled with, I would say, trash. He has Wild Pyro, Shadow Word Death, Karj, Cleric of Scales, 2 Celtic Veil Weavers, Apathy, and Cabal Shadow Priest. So this Cabal Shadow Priest is probably going to grab the Sporling on turn 6 now.
And that's kind of big for him when Spoiling survives and able to hit a 8-8 or 4-5 or 4-6 or the buffed Libram of Wisdom minion. Diba?
Yes, it destroys the wisdom that is buffed, and now dalawa na yung Truth Seeker ni Akino, but nakaw nga yung Sporling niya from this Cabal Shadow Priest. How is he going to deal with this? Very likely a Libram of Justice here para lang makip yung mga 4-6 niya intact. So a Salyet's Pride, a Tox, Sludge Slurper, and probably the Broom that was in his hand a while ago pa. It's going to be the play. He's saying in Libram of Justice. Here's the Broom. Let's go.
Sponsored by AKG Games Philippines.
So all of the rush minions go to the Cabal Shadow Freeze. This 4-6 and this 4-8 will survive. Oh, he chooses to trade the Sylvan Recruit anyway so that the Beaming Psychics lives towards a Soul Mirror, which I think Akino is expecting. Interesting enough. Are you spectating the game already? Mukhang
Yes.
patapos na 10. Okay, 10.
Sino
10
nanalo? I'm not checking the game yet because nagpo-post ako. Pero
okay. Oh, but
who's
you have it up.
who's winning?
Yeah, you have it now. MACnavy, after skipping turns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, is now down to 10 HP.
Oh, okay. So
Facing 4,
this
6,
will be
4, 8,
potential
1, 2.
best of 3 again, right?
Very likely. This Celotex, what is this? The Spirit Weaver, Veil Weaver, hitting the Holy Smite to this Beaming Sidekick. Hopefully he gets a Renew here or a Radiance. You'll need it. There's a Silence. Oh, a Silence on the 4-8, now 4-6. Hopefully he gets a Renew, but a Wave of Apathy will save him the day for now. From 8 damage now down to 2. And Akino does not have any buffs in his deck besides Hand of Adul to be able to deal enough damage. So here is another broom. Here's the last broomstick just to deal with this value generating Veil Weavers. And the extra damage, Akino is now looking for a Libram of Wisdom so that he can survive. He can deal the damage necessary. But the Wave of Apathy into Soul Mirror here is going to go for MACnavy. This saves him. This puts him up to relatively 14 health na kasi he gets a taunt in the process. And what can happen pa is he can Wave of Apathy, Soul Mirror into Circle of Healing, or he can just Circle of Healing without the Wave of Apathy.
So what's happening now? Oh, 8 health. Oh, is this lethal?
Oh, this is lethal.
Yeah,
What
this is lethal with
MACnavy doing?
Libram of Justice. Easy. But he'll go for the pen flinger finish.
Wow, very very flashy finish here for Akino.
So correction. So MACnavy haven't qualified for the what's the circuit? Channel 8 circuit
Channel 8.
showdown. He just qualified for the BG, not yet for the standard. So there's a BG and standard circuit showdown.
All right, but still familiar faces, strong familiar faces in our circuits is always an interesting sight to see, be it battlegrounds, be it standard. Kulang na lang actually wild eh. Kasi ako sasali ako sa wild kung meron.
I was pitching a wild tournament to Kara earlier.
Mahirap kasi
She's asking who are the players. Sabi ko merong maglalaro. So guys, if you're there and want to have a wild tournament, I'll have a poll next week. So magano kayo doon? Sabihin nyo, you're interested to join and let's see some wild fun action. Not just Wisbang, yung legit na wild tournament.
Yeah, para medyo may blast from the past dito para sa atin sa mga veterans ng Hearthstone or yung mga returnees na like Akino, who's probably played an expansion some years prior. Maybe na-enjoy niya yung I'm not really sure. I should like ask him kung ano yung expansion niya.
And yun, we'll be jumping on the game 3. Pero save natin yung topic na Blast from the Past since all gods will be returning.
Yun
Save natin
pa.
mamaya.
Sige. This is pretty good news still.
So Priest versus Hunter now. And Akino is on the coin, so the Intrepid Initiate will be spell bursted. But there's a Holy Smite. Oh no.
Oh,
He'll go for the Adorable Infestation and
great
too
play.
bad there's a Holy Smite.
Great play. But that's still okay. He has a 1-1 to contest the board somehow. But it would have been better if it was a Volt Pertinger there. So at least there are 2-1-1s. But now he's just going for... Yeah, okay. Savage's Ingenuity. Nothing too rash here. We have a 4-5 Face Stalker. It's going to be difficult for Priests to deal with that. But this early Twilight Drake, discounted from the Draconic Studies, is going to put a hamper into Akino's plans. If not for the freezing trap that is in his hand already. So now it's looking like probably can just play Cabal Acolyte just because it's a taunt. No attack here. He's scared of the freezing trap. Rightfully so, MACnavy. Not trying to do anything rash here.
So is it freezing trap? Yeah, it's freezing trap.
But now he just clears through the taunt, through this Adorable Infestation. Oh wait.
That's nice. Tour guide plus hero power.
Yeah, tour guide. He still gets an additional secret. Oh, that is a Tactics.
Tactics.
Tactics. Still pretty good. And the cards just to contest the board and heal up and turn and try not to do anything rash again.
So as we can see, we're approaching mid game and MACnavy is still healthy. So there's a huge chance that the Hunter will crumble on the final damage for lethal. Let's see if he could get that final damage.
Hopefully a Voracious Reader somewhere in the position. Anytime now, Voracious Reader.
Yeah, Voracious Reader is super good in this kind of deck. Yesterday, Kara is playing against her final boss. She's using the Soul DH. And she had a good start with the lifesteal, the clears. But Voracious Reader top deck, I think turn 6, then turn 8, she's dead.
Oh.
So pressure plate, he needs evasive rim to hit the 4-5. Then I think Akino needs top deck here. That's a good one, Eagle Hornbow. Because of hits.
Pwede. Yes, good face hit. Just deal the damage. You do not need to trade. Me go face as the face hunter. Now this priest is down to 6 with limited healing.
Apotheosis is good.
The Acolyte is...
One Maker heals is also good. Let's see how he'll navigate this one because I think he has a read now. MACnavy has a read that's a pressure plate. So deal with the board first. Kill the beast to mitigate damage. So that's a good one. Cabal Acolyte into Embalming Ritual.
Wow. That's pretty sick. Too bad you can't cast it on your evasive word.
So he'll go for the Cabal Acolyte Reborn. Hopefully get the 2-1 and based from the...
Wait, the spell burst happened first.
Yeah, spell burst happened first. So based from the effect, 2-1, he got the 2-1.
Oh no.
So waiting player to reconnect, I think MACnavy, no.
Just a small internet drop.
Yeah.
And there is still a line. This Felmo.
Yeah, Felmo hitting the face, cause that's a 50% regardless of how many minions, right? 50%
Yes,
to hit face, 50% not to hit.
win. 50% win. I love it. Almaz, blessings. But this one maker could be detrimental to his plans here if he gets a renew, a radiance, anything that heals here. Draconic Studies, is there a healing dragon? It's not in priest though. Just keep healing. No need to do anything rash here. Just trade. Hopefully no kill command in the position just yet. Kill command, there are 2 in the deck. Kill command!
wow! I think I have to
Not
wait.
yet.
I
He
think
has
I'll
to
just
wait.
have to wait.
Okay, trade here just so it's a 2-1. So does he have Unleash? He does not have Unleash in this deck.
Oh no! Apotheosis!
MACnavy
Oh
needs this
no!
heal.
This is GG for MACnavy. Akino will proceed to the round
Wait,
3.
not yet. Not yet. You can't discount it out yet with an extra taunt in the way. Okay, you're you're
That's true. That's true. I was super
banking
excited,
on the
but
Felmo to hit 50-50. Let's go.
easy. 50-50 hit. You see that? That's a 50-50 RNG.
you, props to you because you called it. I was very like,
You're very no. That's not it, lethal. No, but I see it. That's already lethal.
oh wow, the return of the returner comeback. I don't really know how to call this. Akino, you have my mad props. Damn. That's all I have to say. Nice.
So let's go for the caster cam again. Wala pa tayong round 3 featured match, so usap muna tayo dito.
Yeah. You need to calm down for a bit sa nangyari kanina. That is a 1 in 6, 50-50 chance.
1 in 6, 50-50 chance.
Yes. College degree
Making the math correct.
seems. Yun. So
So yun.
we're now in this time. We have returners coming back to Hearthstone and giving us the show of the lifetime. And oh my god, yung ilaw pala sa the sun.
Oo, is
Silawan pala
hitting
ako.
you. So teka,
I never
maybe we'll feature JhayVibe and Meatloaf, or probably we could wait MadDoom. Let's see if JhayVibe is, if they're not yet playing.
Is this still round 2?
Round 3 na, round 3.
Oh, but I guess we can wait, and while we're waiting,
I
we
think we have to wait because naglalaro na si Meatloaf and JhayVibe.
okay. So yeah, we're just going to chilling here with the sun hitting my eyes and probably praying to the old gods that no technical difficulties are going to come forward in the near
So
distance.
yun pala, since nabanggit mo na yung Old Gods, what's your opinion about the return of the Old Gods?
I guess it hit me out of left field. Parang hindi ko ni-expect na biglang we're gonna go to a place in World of Warcraft that is corrupted by the old gods. Kasi wala talaga akong alam sa Warcraft lore besides Warcraft 3. And surprised talaga ako na meron palang old god corruption that is just way beyond na pinakita sa Whispers of the Old Gods, which was 2, 3, 4 years ago. Wow.
I think 3 years ago yung Whisper of the Old Gods. So tapos yung corruption natin na nangyari sa Dark Moon Fair is not that full-fledged corruption sa World of Warcraft lore. So dito sa Hearthstone, they dig deeper and make it corrupted talaga. So it would be fun. Kung tama ako I'm just
throwing some lore.
throwing what I read in Twitter before I sleep. Yun yung mga nakita ko nung time na, uy, Dark Moon Fair pala yung new expansion. Blah, blah, blah.
Very interesting history. Maganda yung we're hitting the nostalgia factor na we finally have the old gods back. And I think lahat sila same yung stats eh. Everyone is like a 5 until Yashraj is not a 10-10 anymore. Hindi na siya 10.
And a majority of them, not majority, all of them are control tools, di ba?
Yes. We have Yashraj, which is wait lang. Yashraj 2 again. I'm sure Nazov is the summon all different tribals, which is interesting because you had Nazov before summoning Death Rattle, so now we have the rise of decks that focus on the Death Rattle, like probably like the Zoth Priest in Wild, or like probably the Quest the Zoth Priest. And uh, for Kufun is basically Exodia with you have to draw all of the pieces that start in your deck, and then after you use up all of those pieces, you get a 10 mana 6/6 which deals 30 damage split. So it's not
Yeah,
really
Exodia if you only have 30 health, but we know that there's a class that goes beyond
not 30 health.
30 health, like Druids, Warriors, Galacrons,
Yeah,
and
this is
other
the
stuff.
I think it's an instant addition to Control Warrior if Control Warrior manages to make a comeback. So may win condition finally yung Control Warrior besides stalling the game. Just ano, which makes Hearthstone even more interesting so that we have a place for control decks which are faster now. Di gaya yung dati na yung I think it was the era of like Death's Bite and uh yung Blood Razor where you can just around the Patron era then na I think there was a pro game which lasted over the 50 turn limit and then they had to replay the over 1 hour and 40 minutes game. Just pretty annoying to see as a spectator,
Yeah,
pretty
that's true.
annoying as an organizer as well kasi nangyari din sa amin to sa Akad Arena when like the top 4 was filled with warriors
I
and
was
like
casting that. What's that? PGF.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
but but they haven't reached the turn limit, but almost got there. I think you're the one playing there versus or
No,
no
it
Mondemon
was
and
Monday
yeah,
and
and the other guy from Laguna. I forget what's his name.
CVR, yeah.
CVR. Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we get less resident sleeper kind of games and more of the oh my gosh, when is he going to draw into the Kufun? That's why I think I like Katun and probably if I don't get him for free for the event, I hope I'll probably be crafting him with the 20,000 dust that I still have remaining.
Oh, 20,000 dust.
Yeah,
Simplex.
simple. I like what they call this. I like Yogg's iteration, though I don't like the whole 5% to outright win or lose the game. So I think I could lessen that to probably like 1% or 3% because five
Although,
percent is still a lot.
yeah, 5% to hit the roasting rod, but if you have a lot of minions, if your health is high and have a lot of armors still, um, it's still hard for you to swing back into your favor, right? If you're at 10 health or last saving grace is Yog. So I think it's still fine. But other players, especially if it happens to competitive scene, will rant about it.
Definitely, because there we can go on into an entire argument on how much randomness we should have in the competitive setting, but eh, we could be here forever and not have a definitive answer to that. So we probably not step onto it unless it's like a podcast, diba? Not this kind of chill talk dapat. But still uh exciting the fact that Yogg now you have to have a minimum of 10 spells cast instead of like Yogg before where uh even if you have one spell it can turn the entire game around.
So yun, narinig rin natin you're fan of Wild. I mean, you want to play Wild. Since
Mhm.
Duels is like a arena plus Wild format, what can you say about it? Will you play that format?
Oh, definitely. Because it's I like dungeon run. I like
Oh,
the whole concept of building towards a certain archetype or even like you know you're given the three choices. I like the treasures as well. And the fact that dungeon run PvP is a thing is I'm pretty excited. So much so that the only thing that I could say about it is I wish it was free for all on the within the first week instead of having to pre-order.
oh, you could get it by watching any Twitch streams
Ah, yeah, drops.
for the Twitch drops.
I,
But yeah,
open beta for a lot of.
I hope I could get it on the next 2 days or so because I will have a schedule because I am a daily streamer now.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
it's like Monday, Friday would be standard, Tuesday, Thursday is BG, then Wednesday will be duels. Weekend like Saturday and Sunday would be break, tournament, or other. Kung ano man maisipan ko. But let's see.
Streamer life. My
Yeah.
gosh. Yeah, not a lot can could go for the streamer life, and I would say I'm jealous, but I am proud that we're getting some HSPH love right here.
That's true. K-pop love. may ganun kasing emote dito. K-pop love.
Talaga.
Oo, kasi may event ngayon from started October 19 until later. Uh, Kapag
Oh,
nag-subscribe or something, or nag-donate via Bits, makapag-unlock ng K-pop emotes. There are 10 K-pop emotes. So, I only have 6. But I'm still thankful that I got 6.
six is a lot.
So yun, since napapagod na tayo and we're still waiting for the round 3 kasi si JhayVibe and Meatloaf played their round 3. I don't want to feature Agent Blank because he was featured round 1. He's up
Mhm.
against Switch. Then Akino versus Renz. So Akino was featured earlier. So we're waiting for the winner of MadDoom, Naga 27, Snapcaster and DreamCatcher. So yun, we'll back in I'm not sure in a short while pero probably 10 minutes. I'll set it 10 minutes.
Yeah, and then we will be right back and chill lang muna tayo. We can just talk in the chat and while waiting for the games. Kamustahan? So yeah, don't go anywhere.
Either let's watch MadDoom and Naga 27 on a Priest Mirror match. This is their game 3 and it's still at round 2. The winner of this will be featured on round 3. So watch and chill guys and we have a ongoing giveaway hashtag sub more and one lucky winner will win a Scholar J na bundle. That's it. Casters will go back at round 3. Thank you. Hi, we're now back to our Scholomance Academy midterm exams. This is already quarterfinals. We'll be featuring DreamCatcher and MadDoom. What can you say about their lineup, Percy?
MadDoom, always the favorite to surprise us in any tournament whatsoever. Brought what he thinks are the tournament meta. We have another Souls Demon Hunter, of course. We have the Priest, which is mainly the reason why it took a little bit longer than usual, and Small Spell Mage. I'm very much interested in how MadDoom pilots it and how different it was from when dncioRocksta did it. As for Dreamcatcher, who's bringing the Warrior and Paladin, we, these are all cream of the crop decks. Probably Druid has to be the most what they call this, the underrepresented slash out of date
So,
type of
but
decks.
yeah, I'll jump into this conversation. Druid was banned,
Okay,
while for MadDoom DH. So yun. Regarding that, what can you say about those bans plus
we will
the lineup again?
we will see another. We might see another Resident Sleeper game for Warrior and Priest, but I guess this will be a little bit more a- active in the sense that Priest has ways to deal with the Warriors' threats through weapons like Wrench Caliber. He can use it, and it happened to me actually once during your tournament, yung specialist. Na
With a twist into class
yeah,
specialist.
yeah, it was I think it was streamed as well. Like it was annoying how the priest, oh no, the war, I was a warrior, yeah, the priest teched into me, and he was able to raise dead a lot of oozes, and then my weapons were just gone.
No weapon at all. So I'm showing MadDoom's deck on the stream. So yun, yung Demon Hunter is playing one Horde Pillager for MadDoom. Other than that, there's no Pen Flinger. For the Mage, standard also with Conjurer's Calling, one Devolving Missiles. And for the Priest, Cobalt Sticky Finger. You mentioned that weapon removal.
It's important,
Yeah,
and how
on this meta.
yep,
And
and
as for the Dreamcatcher's deck, it's Bomb Warrior, Wrench Caliber with Horde Pillager, yeah. Druid, the Guardian Druid. Oh, wait. But there's a special card here. Crystal Merchant.
oh
Weird,
yeah, that was interesting as well.
interesting inclusion. And for
Yeah,
the
because
Pali, Broom Pali, Pen Pali.
Pen Pali is like the new iteration. Once you go Pen Pali, you just don't go back. I think I would say. Yeah, we mentioned this earlier during already in the start of the stream how the staple one mana one neutral cards have shaped the decks that we have today in this meta. So here we have another mage versus warrior line matchup where I think it's the most even matchup where mage and warrior both have a chance to just beat the hell out of each other, and we don't know who's in the lead until probably like midway into the game.
And Dreamcatcher, I think updated yung list niya with Pali. He's playing with that one air raid. They already started their game. We'll be jumping into their game in a few seconds when MadDoom open his spectate. But let's see what will be the first class to be played.
I can see the game already. So
Okay, sure.
yeah, so it is mage versus warrior.
Mage versus Warrior.
Yeah, so turn one's that just a violet spellwing, and turn two Dreamcatcher gets his Corsair Cash. So uh, I like these kinds of games where both players are doing something and you don't just see like dead turns. Because you can either see an Anchor this turn, scratch that Dreamcatcher does not have an Anchor, he only has Wrench Calibers in the deck. Interesting to see that there's that kind of dynamic that you don't want to run your Anchor and you're just banking on
Wrench calibers.
Wrench calibers. You don't even. I'm actually pretty surprised that instead of risky skippers, he has Sky Raiders, and I would say that probably the reason is maybe this player does not have the Galakron's Awakening. I'm
Let's
not.
see.
No, never mind. He has Air Raid,
So he plays. He got it from the Galakron's Awakening. Yeah, that's
so
correct.
he chose to not include risky skippers in this warrior. So maybe this is
No
kind of
pirate package.
no pirate pack, but this he, for this warrior it's probably going to be iffy because he doesn't have any of the clears. But we'll see how this deck navigates towards the mage, which can swing at any moment without you being too prepared for it.
Just continue, Percy, casting the game. I'll have to look for DreamCatcher and MadDoom picture.
Yeah, go ahead. I actually could not see DreamCatcher's hand. He hasn't not added me. Okay, I can see him now. Wait, okay, come on, show me the money. He has both Wrench Calibers. He already has both. Okay, he has a Brawl. So left to right is a Wrench Caliber, Brawl, a Barov, Deathwing, Spell Lucky, Sky Raider, and Coerce. He's going for more spells. An upgrade is pretty good. It turns his 3-2 into a 4-3, which can now deal with this Ogre Magi and just generate more bombs, which this mage does not have any ways of diffusing this this weapon, which is just going to go ham with now 4 durability, 3 durability, 4 in total from the Corsair cash hit a while ago. Yeah, this is looking pretty grim for MadDoom unless he grabs a Mana Cyclone or the Solarian in the next few turns. He can Magic Trick into something, probably a Frost Nova or an Ice Barrier just to keep him alive. He can coin out the Mana Giant if he wants to, but that is looking like a weak turn. Whoa. Oh, he got the Violet Warden, just more taunts, just try to stay alive for as long as possible so he can generate his value and have fun doing it.
So I found a picture of them. Very nice. Old
It's
picture.
it's easy to find a picture of MadDoom being our number 1 elite. Dreamcatcher is someone that I have yet to be familiar with.
As for Dreamcatcher, I just used the picture I used on the squad, BG squad. So
Okay. I think I have to remember. Not really that I have. This community is just really tightly knit. It's kind of impossible to not know who's who at this point in time.
yeah,
Right?
but actually today we have a couple of new players, I think, that I haven't interacted with. So
Yeah, I have seen
we
you
have
name
we have 25 check-in players today out of 36 registered players. So that's still good numbers.
a good turnout. Yes.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, just Violet Warden to stave off the damage. But this does not trade well into what Dreamcatcher has at the moment.
And he drew his Horde Pillager. That's actually nice because more bombs is
More
good.
bomb.
As we can
So he-
see, well, as we saw earlier, the Bomb Warrior managed to win versus the Mage, right? Because of
Yes.
the
It was
elemental
unfortunate.
allies.
Elemental allies, quote unquote. But okay, so we can see a Coerce here.
Oh,
No. He's just
boom.
playing this,
Yeah, cause that's a max numbers of bomb already.
and it's free, basically. So here, Dreamcatcher is just pulling the trigger.
And MadDoom also puts the trigger
Oh, no,
with the evocation.
Yes.
Oh, Blizzard is. Oh, wait.
Oh, that's pretty good. And it's cool that Kel'Thuzad has an interaction with evocation. I've never noticed.
So I think Mirror Image Conjurer is calling the 4-5. I think that's the play.
Oh, okay. Then he's gonna go Arcane Missiles. It's free. Mana Giant in Conjure's Calling. The Conjure's Calling is pretty good here. Whoa! 2 hits on. Wow, that's pretty. That's a pretty.
Oh no! Actually, I thought he wants to Conjurer's Calling
First.
the Violet Warden. I didn't spot the Mana Giant being able to play there, but that was super bad outcome for MadDoom.
The Sorcerer's Apprentice is just gone now. He can kill the Doctor Boom outright with this combustion and save his Mana Giant for his actual Conjurer's Calling. Unfortunate events, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I think MadDoom will just commit here the 8-8 and hope that there's no brawl. But as we can see, there's a top deck brawl and there's a on-hand brawl.
He could have just gone for the combustion there so that the 7-5 will not cause any havoc somehow. But maybe Dreamcatcher has to consider probably that's a counter spell because that is a created by spell.
Yeah,
Created by secret.
created by Magic Trick.
Exactly. So he can actually coerce to test it out because the Violet Warden is damaged, but he's just gonna go for the brawl here. No holds barred.
What will survive? Will it be a minion from MadDoom side or Dreamcatcher?
And
I
that
think that's a bomb.
is still pretty good. That deals
So victory is yours. MadDoom doesn't want to prolong this game anymore.
fast concede. He knows he knows his stuff. Probably I'm not sure if that's still, but he knows that he lost when the Sorcerer's Apprentice got sniped by a bomb
Yeah, and actually, if even without the snipe there, we'll
because of the
see
brawl.
a brawl.
So early on, with the warrior gun, we might see a priest going to steal a win here from the paladin because I do see I do see some lines of play where priest is able to outlast the paladin's threats, and he'll probably be able to steal. Whoa, no switch. That's interesting. 'Cause I really thought that there's a switch here.
There's a switch here
There's no
in the
switch.
tournament.
Oh no, not switch, not switch, Mister. Okay, yeah. I have not so pleasant memories with Switch after he reverse swept me in the SEA Games last year. But all power to him. He's a very strong player.
And I think he moves into the semis. AgentBlank mentioned in the chat that he already lost his game.
Yeah, exactly as I was saying. He's just too strong, man. Oh my gosh, unbelievable. But MadDoom chose to stick with his small spell mage in probably hopes that he will be able to snipe a win from Dreamcatcher somehow through his combo. I doubt it. Maybe it's because I like the consistency of Libram Paladin more than Small Spell Mage. But let's see if MadDoom proves this Platinum caster wrong.
I'm also biased because I don't play the mage. And I try to play the mage, but I cannot play it fully optimally. So
Yeah.
I'm biased to Libram Pali.
that
Penflinger Libram Pali. And
You can actually see a coin here even. Like Penfinger deal the Solarian.
yeah,
If you're really greedy. I mean,
eh,
it's free.
yeah, it's free and it doesn't hurt you that much. Plus, what I'm going to say is that Akino is facing Switch at the semifinals. What a run from Akino.
At least that's a guaranteed top 4 for Akino as well. Seeing as the more free stuff that he's getting from all of these community tournaments, the faster he will be able to basically come back into the game with faster, with more. He'll be able to build more decks.
Yeah, that's actually the one that he won yesterday. Blizzard credits, 20 USD Blizzard credits. that's a food or fuel for the fun for the Galacron's
Galacron's
awakening.
Awakening. Oh, that was a fast Sword of Scrolls pick. I guess MadDoom really values his card generation.
Oh, because he's currently at 3 and those are not valuable. Sorcerer's Apprentice without evocation.
Kind of feels bad for him at this moment. Okay, more losers coming into the play. And then just a Libram of Wisdom on this attendant. And the double plant finger opening from DreamCatcher. It's looking like he is going to really just go on all out on this control and not give MadDoom any chances. Here's the
So there's the
evocation. Here's the
evocation, but
second
of course,
apprentice.
I think the Cram Session is also good. The evocation Cirque Apprentice might be played on around turn 8.
Yeah. And MadDoom also needs to free up his hand.
But
Here
having the
more
Cram Session here is very good for MadDoom. So Penflinger returning to Dreamcatcher's hand. It's wonderful that the Penflinger is already on his hand on the first 8 cards of his deck. Drawn naturally, not by tutor or fetch cards effect.
Yes, because the more that you're drawing into stuff, that means your tutors are getting limited, so that you know what you want to draw off of.
And what makes it effective is that he also got one elder attendant, so the Libram wisdom is not 2 cost but 1 cost. So now it would be Alder through Seeker, and Libram of Wisdom will be free.
Yeah, but
Al-
it's not something you want to play right now.
yeah, unless he wants to clear the 2-3 because that's 12 damage plus 2, and maybe he wants to play around a Cram Session. Cram Session, draw for 3. Wow.
Very valuable, but you have to play on curves. I guess as this paladin, you don't really have a lot in play. This Scram Session is gonna draw for free. Ultimate value 2 mana draw 3.
And
Another 2 mana draw 3.
yeah, either Cram Session or Combustion, so he decided just to go for the draws.
Oh, and this Ray of Frost just kills this oh, wait, what?
So he just stall it out. He's thinking that maybe this board won't get picked off, but I think Dreamcatcher will trigger his Libram of Justice here.
It is a scary board of 3 spell damages, so you have to consider that option as well. Wait, where he can Penflinger, and then Libram of Justice. He doesn't have any.
There's a
What?
Libram of Justice, second one.
Yeah, Libram of Justice, but it kind of wastes your Penflinger.
So one Penflinger played now, then Libram of Justice, then Pen. So
Okay,
I think he won't go for that play. He won't play the Libram of Justice, just Hand of Adal plus the Libram of Wisdom.
wow, nice. So he plays this again, and then a Libram of Wisdom. Then Wisdom. That's some good play. MadDoom does discard a card here. What are bad discards for MadDoom here?
But I think that's fine, discarding the second
You already
Mana
have two.
Cyclone. He got the Evocation and the first Mana Cyclone, so it's fine.
This one makers too much. Okay, high APM gameplay from MadDoom. He needs to do this as fast as possible, which is what he's doing. So he can consider a lot more options. Fills his hand.
So those are playable cards, but
They're meh.
it won't help that much. But Polymorph is good.
Yes, definitely against
That's
hope.
the premium, yeah.
So a Jandice over a Ras there. So he is generating value definitely over spell damage pushing. So we
So
have
I
a devout.
think hero power, Libra, then play again.
Maybe he can use this the. Okay, he put wisdom there.
He'll play the devout pupils too at the end of his turn.
Oh, he's gonna go for a pen flinger, pen flinger. Then a lib. Yeah, yeah. As you said, a devout pupil liver wisdom.
So
Oh,
he doesn't need to put it on the silver honey recruit. Yeah, I think
yes.
he knew well that that's a bait. Because if we go for the recruit, there's a chance of polymorph
Yep.
and no more Libram of Wisdom.
No more for now. You have to wait for your Liadrin, which you don't have just yet. Here's a Jandisu.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. Now this is actually pretty weird. Maybe you want your illusion to be Krastinov. Yeah, because you are
Yeah,
going to attack.
you'll trade with Krasnov, so it's fine.
There we go. Good. Ha! Interesting line of play here for MadDoom.
So to stall out the potential pen flinger,
But this is not going to stop him. Dreamcatcher. He knows what's up. Not. And he knows now that he missed his chance, but he does have a hand of Adal, so he can try again, snipe this Krastinov, and just uh, probably maybe punish MadDoom for a passive style of playing.
but I
With
think
that.
there's a reasoning for Madum there.
Please,
He could polymorph the devout pupil, so he
so he
could
doesn't
go in.
need
Yeah.
to. I mean,
So it's like Dreamcatcher is wasting spells now just to
to
bring
clear.
back the pens.
Liberum of Justice. He kind of wasted a pen flinger hit there, which should have been on face.
Yep. So he decided to tank for 4. He doesn't want to lose one of his pen flinger.
Yeah, but he could have just pen flingered before playing Limber of Justice, and then he would have 1 damage on the face. It might
Yeah,
matter in the long run. We never know.
we'll know later if we reach that point.
Exactly. Seeing as Mage does not have a lot of heals. His combustion clears the board, gives back at least that 1 Libram of Wisdom, and now Dreamcatcher is in a position where he wants his Liadrin really bad. Or a hope. Oh my god, I called it even. The Liadrin has arrived in the scene.
Yeah, there's a lot of Libra of Wisdom now.
Oh, he's going face. He's going through Silver Champion and just a Wisdom. He's just going full on value.
So I think Dreamcatcher needs to dump the
He can dump the
Salet's
bless.
Pride. The Lady Liadrin will be played maybe 3 turns from now.
Okay, let's count on that. Swords of Revealing Light 3 turns later. Okay.
Oh, evocation
Oh,
again.
evocation. Very tempting. You have a dragon though.
But there's an Arcane Breath, yeah, to get another spell. Go for
There we go.
that. Get the
Get
evocation
an
from
evocation.
the value.
Ah. Well, good enough. Okay, here's an air raid, which I don't know what it does at the moment.
So it's either Barovir or just Salet's Pride. This is tricky. Of course, when I say either of them, also include Penflinger.
Do try to keep yourselves alive.
Okay, so now he's dumped the Barov. So here's a Salient's Pride as well. Here's a Lightford. I think he also needs to drop the Lightford's Blessing. You don't really need to heal too much.
He'll do it next turn. So that's the first turn. So second turn would be the Light Forge.
Wow. That's
Then third turn is the Liadrin.
nice.
I must move quickly.
Or maybe he could just do it now. But there's no merit of doing it now. Do it when you have the potential to attack.
Capability. Yes.
Reporting for duty.
I was thinking of it because there is a chance that you get the Lightforge Blessing off of Liadrin anyway. So
Yes, that's true.
scary. Okay, here we go for the Solarian. How is this going to favor
Oh
MadDoom?
wow, nice.
Polymorph
Polymorph to the
on an
4-2.
enemy.
Oh no.
Oh, miss.
So this clears. And now it will go. So his MadDoom is preemptively checking if
Oh.
his Solarian Prime survives. If you notice, he hovers to
Yeah,
the 7-6.
yes. That's a very high level play. I mean, it's just as high APM as you're clicking your opponent's cards when they play them, so you don't have to go through an entire anime.
Yeah, that's true. And Lord Barov earlier was, but based from what he's seeing now, was a bad use, right?
Yes, he got too cocky there. Now that the power of creation is a thing and deals this give this board. But Dreamcatcher can deal with at least one of it. Uh, what? 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 Huh? Wait, what? What was the wisdom for?
Just for I think miss sequence.
Oh
I
no.
think it's time for Broom.
Oh no.
This is
Not like
this is the last pen, then Broom. So he'll try to clear everything. I think it will work well as long as he could act fast. Because 2-2 hits, free, the Libram is free. By the looks of
all
it,
right.
by the looks of it, he wasn't able to do it.
Now what? All right, but he's just going for it. He's not going for a full clear. But he just at least the value thing here is he was able to grab his Penflinger
Pen
back.
block, yeah. But that's a crucial turn. Because 7 will connect to the face. And as we
Two 9 drops,
wait,
baby.
9 drops. I think this is sketchy. I don't want to Conjurer's Calling 9 drop.
He's going for the 6 drops now.
Oh, so that's
Drop.
the reason. King Crash. I see.
You doubted MadDoom for a bit
I doubt
there.
it. I speak too soon.
Yeah, this is a Penflinger self kind of situation. That's a good game. Wow. We would have never expected it.
So Dreamcatcher was punished of letting the minion survive.
Yeah, even if it was value in the end, he was too slow on the punch there. I mean, too bad. It's something that not a lot of players are probably getting used to. But as a Libram player, you have to be familiar that your wisdoms do cost 0. So once you trade in, you have basically an extra set of health, extra set of attacks in. Yep, this is not gonna be enough. You can't give life steal to your
And there's a Isera Awaken, so
and you can just conjure Sculling actually this 4-6 if you're strong enough. I'm pretty sure you still can. Probably for the BM. Not the BM, but in case you didn't draw into the Isera Awaken.
Too many cards.
And maybe just in this area we can deals with it.
So that's official. MadDoom taking the win. And he'll be left with...
It's priest. It's going to be a paladin versus a priest. And so far I am not optimistic about Dreamcatcher's odds coming into this game 3. Because priest is just too good, I would say.
So maybe the winner of this will be the next featured game again, because I think Switch and Akino is already playing. JhayVibe is waiting for the winner of this, so if it's MadDoom will be featured again.
I mean, if
And
it's Dreamcatcher,
Switch is on the finals. Akino was dropped by Switch. So good run. Top 4 for our returnee.
it's pretty good.
And
Top-
he'll get a Scholar Jaina bundle. Another useful bundle for him.
Yeah, 5 mage packs is enough for you to be able to grab what you need for mage. Maybe if you get lucky, you get probably an evocation or a Solarian, or maybe even a Jandis if you don't have it. So that's a lot of possibilities that open up with that free bundle. And of course, Scholar Jaina. As I will be I've reviewed Scholar Jaina, but the video is not yet there. I'm gonna have to wait for Akatarina-san to flesh it out. And this Ooze here. He's just contesting the board. You don't really care about the weapons for Dreamcatcher too much.
Yes, that's really because that's only 4-2 or just from the Libram Justice.
Oh!
Do you want to Penflinger, Libram Wisdom, Penflinger coin? Something like that?
You can just adal and trade into it.
Oh, that's true.
Don't make it too complicated.
Save the coin.
Save the coin.
Don't be baited off using Penflinger but wasting the coin.
Yeah. There we go. Just trade into it. You don't want any buffs to go along with it. It's fine if it gets Holy Smote. And cards just contesting the board. MadDoom is playing this by ear. He's playing it by ear. He's adjusting whenever necessary. A Cleric of Skills can be ready for next turn to draw into probably like a Holy Smite, a Renew, anything that will help him to keep the board presence away from Dreamcatcher's clutches.
Reporting for duty.
Okay, just leave him with Wisdom.
So, oh wait. If you mind render Illusia, if you use Illusia on a super discounted Librams, you'll get it, right? The value of them. The value of discounted cards.
Let's read. Libram. No.
Really? Even though soft hands?
No,
Maybe
no.
because it's a play.
It's a play that's made on your opponent's side of the field. You don't have control over it.
Yeah, that's true. I thought you could mess with the Libram of Wisdoms.
We can check later, and I'm pretty sure I would be remiss to say that it doesn't work that way.
I see. Dreamcatcher plays around the potential of Wave of Apathy here on turn 5.
Yeah.
So he didn't commit his Libram of Wisdom. That's a good one.
And he wants a 4/6 anyway against the priest, so he might as well. So he can Libram of Wisdom. He can Libram of Justice here to deal with the 1/6, which turns into a 4/6 later. It'll be a problem in the late.
So I think Libram of Justice Hero Power, no. So that's the only thing. So he'll hit the 1/1.
With his face.
Yep.
Then just hero power and be done with the day. With this turn, I should say.
So I think just hero power here. And not play the wisdom again.
Whoa! Okay, so he's giving up
Oh,
the pen
really?
flinger.
His first pen finger will be given up.
Oh, maybe, wait.
Or
He...
one Libram would be given up since he has Lady Liadrin. So I think he
That is
thought of
interesting.
it's fine. It's fine. It's fine of giving out the Libram of Wisdom.
This is interesting. This shows the flexibility of the... I mean, the flexible mindset of the players in this
Yeah,
tournament.
that's true.
You're not just stuck within a one-track mind kind of play. You're considering even this small possibility, which I guess normal players would try to go for value and not even consider it in the first place. But here's a value Libram of Hope, which currently MadDoom has no way of contesting. Except for Murazon, where instead of
Well,
contesting it,
yeah,
he
yeah. Just get it also.
gets it. And the removal of the Divine Shield there means
But
that...
as we can see, there's a pen flinger. So it will be traded 1 for 1.
So that play a while ago paid off. He can actually just Hand of a Doll, Pen Flinger, and then Hand of a Doll, and then he'll be able to
Yeah,
draw.
that's true. That's true. That's true. So he
Keeps it
could. He
10-2.
kept the 8-8 survives. We'll see what will be the play here.
First day. Okay, so he's not gonna commit just yet. Oh, there's a Subjugator. So instead of Hand of a Doll, he can subjugate the 8-8. He can save this Hand of a Doll for later.
Heretic.
Oh, so I think he'll go for the Salet's Pride. That's the reason why he didn't play the pen flinger.
Okay, so instead of a 10-2, it's now 10-4 off of that Subjugator. Salyet's Pride is good here.
This Soulbound Ashtang won't see play here. That's always a bait.
Definitely. Maybe you can actually just what do you call this? You can put a Libram on it and then trick your opponent into just probably grabbing it, and then you just do something with it. Okay, Lucia has come into play.
But is it enough?
Yes, this Lucia is actually good to play before turn 9 and 10, where you have your Deathwing in hand. Pretty good. He has Penflinger Lightforge Blessing into Penflinger. So he wastes his opponent's entire hand.
and play Ashtang Soulbound Ashtang
But
joke.
he can't. He wastes the Penflinger here.
Yeah, that's true. And yeah, he could even kill the Salet's Pride now, since it, I think, would it draw something? Yeah, the 1-1. 1-1s of the priest, right? MadDoom is playing it. The
The Cleric of
the
Scales.
cleric, yeah, cleric of scales.
Right. But that's one. That's two of them, right?
I think yes.
Oh, no, just one. Because he already used up the other one a while ago.
And now he could also just dump the Sethek Veil Weaver on,
He can also
on
grab
his
the
side.
Apple. But the important thing, he has to grab the Libram of Wisdom here.
Oh, these are valuable cards.
Wow.
Shadow Word of Death for the 8-7, but yeah, he needs to play the Libram of Wisdom now too.
He set tech for... Oh, they don't give your opponent more value. This is value for him and not you.
Yeah, he
Looks
could
like
have
he split.
he could have played this later, diba?
Yes, exactly. And let your opponent get the value and not you, because this is not going back to you. You're getting back your hand with the Lightforge Blessing, Liadrin, and Ashtang. Okay, this Apple's good, but this Veil Weaver, he even gets an extra renew.
And now Dreamcatcher know that there's a Deathwing also in MadDoom's hand, so he'll play around it. So, am I correct that there's no Penflinger No, there's still one. The
There's
second
still
one.
one in the deck. Yes. Okay, here's the renew. Gets another apathy, always valuable in this matchup, where you don't really want to waste a lot of utility.
You still have his second Cabal, Acolyte, if I'm correct.
He can consider inner fire. Okay, just apathy here. Psyche split for later. Okay, not now.
And this Setex Veil Weaver is kinda good for Dreamcatcher also. Cause the Libram of Wisdom will proc the spells.
Oh, he's trying to grab one for his own.
Oh yeah, that's a cute
Interesting.
play.
Okay, there's some useful cards. Okay,
Cute play.
interesting. Interesting.
So Cleric of Scales, pump, then look into the priest generated cards.
Devout Pupil into Liadrin.
It's also an option, right? That's unlimited priest cards. Now who's the priest?
He's got an Apotheosis in the pool. Probably two or three books and then a hope.
Who's the
Okay.
priest now?
Four books, Apotheosis, two Hands of Adal, and the Lightforge Bless. Okay, he doesn't get an extra Lightforge Blessing, but still. Wow.
Who's the priest now?
Priest. But the problem with this, the problem with the combo of Veil Weaver into this entire board is that he'll be filled with priest spells, and he's going to lose all of his
Hand of Wisdoms, yeah.
the wisdoms. He's gonna lose all of his wisdoms.
So he'll go for. Would you consider Death Swing here if you're MadDoom?
I would definitely.
Yeah,
Because you know that you're
but he will still wait for the top deck, right? But
Of course.
definitely Death Swing is the most obvious play here.
because your opponent's hand is full, and that's going to burn all of the wisdoms in your opponent's hand. He doesn't know it, but wow, he's not considering it. MadDoom is not considering it. Maybe it's because we have caster vision bias.
Or maybe maybe he wants to set up other dragons first.
Or definitely, he knows that the Libram of Hope is played, and one Libram of Hope is going to deal with the Deathwing entirely. So, some cerebral plays coming along. Okay, the Veil Weaver is gone, which gets rid of, I think that was that was just one wisdom, just one, which is one less from the four that he started with thanks to Liadrin. He needs to dump his hand basically right now.
Let me think.
This is an interesting turn of events. Would you say, and Lila? It's still not yet clear cut who's winning,
Yeah,
but
that's
you know
not,
what's happening.
and of course, and their plays, it's not that straightforward. Seeing, for example, MadDoom played the what you call it, the Psych split
Oh.
on the opponent's board. Opponent Setex Veil Weaver.
Just for
And-
the
Yeah, and the Penflinger being buffed
And-
by the Libram of Wisdom just to get it back. So now Dreamcatcher is pushing in quite some damage. So Deathwing is inevitable here.
he can still actually renew Radiance and the Draconic Studies into.
Oh, okay. So there's a
Wow.
apotheosis. So I think if he knew that he could still survive from here, he will get apotheosis. So
And Apotheosis on the Wild Pyromancer is basically
Full
your
health
Spirit
again, yep.
Lash for this setup right here. Radiance keeps on. Okay, the Radiance is not really necessary yet because
yeah, he's a full heal and he won't kill any of the minions present on the board.
yeah, but the hand and board advantage is going in favor of DreamCatcher, but he does know there is a Deathwing in MadDoom's hand. He just has to probably bait it out somehow by generating a lot of threats.
So this is already 21 damage. So that's 23.
Not gonna be enough. 24
24?
with the book. Does it? He does not have. We don't have a way to. Oh wait.
How many? Oh, Cleric of Scales, yeah. There's
He can Holy Smite this Cleric of Scales and it'll be
potential
26.
lethal.
It's just 26, so it's not gonna be
20
enough.
Yeah, that's true. I also looking for potential lethal there. But apparently he didn't commit a lot of Libram of Wisdom yet on Cleric of Scales. Wait. Yeah.
And he's just gonna push here.
If it happens to be played on the Cleric of Scales or the Libram of Wisdom, I think it would be 2 off still, right?
Wait, he has Breath of the Infinite. He will be able to clear two things. I think it would have been lethal. We have to watch the clip again. I'm gonna have to assess that. It might have been lethal, but it was super fringe case that you might not even consider it.
And also you have Barov.
Yeah, but no. You don't need it. You don't need Barov in that position. The Breath of the Infinite was more important there because it allows you to kill your. Oh no. Right. Yeah, Barov was important there as well.
So
We're gonna have to look
I'm
back.
not sure if he has enough mana, but I think he has enough mana to do it. But anyway, MadDoom doesn't have any card resource on his side. So I think this is GG. MadDoom will just wait for the top of his deck and
That's
call it a day.
That is game, good sirs. Dreamcatcher may have had a chance to just seal it up then and there, but
So this is lethal,
methodical
right?
lethal.
This is lethal, yeah. This is
Yes,
lethal.
good sir. Does he have enough? Does he have enough space though? Air raid. Yeah, he does. He does it. Finger.
So MadDoom was defeated by DreamCatcher 2-1.
Wow. Way to prove me wrong, Mr. Dreamcatcher. And I thought that your chances were grim, but apparently MadDoom's chances were as abysmal as yours to seal the deal for this quarterfinals. Quarterfinals is semis.
This is still quarterfinals. The next one is
Yeah.
semis. So we'll be jumping into that game, but of course we'll go back to the caster desk first. Caster desk.
The
But-
sun is gone.
Yeah, the sun is gone because it's already 4. So the angle of the sun is already.
Pretty good. Thank you.
So yun, the games were fun, right?
Definitely.
And do you have more insights coming out of that series, or do you want me to go for a break now?
Yeah. Maybe just a few words just to close out that quarterfinals match. First of all, I want to see if that play that I was thinking about was lethal. Second is that these players playing in an unorthodox playstyle means really is a testament to the skills of all of the players in this midterm exams. Talagang nag-aral sila.
Yeah, they showed the mastery of their deck. They just don't bring this is strong deck based from the stats and reports. I'll bring it. I think they have a handful of games with this deck. So yun. Next one would be the semifinals and we'll be featuring again DreamCatcher versus JhayVibes, because Switch is already waiting at the finals.
Yeah, that's it for me for this quarterfinals match for the Hearthstone Scholomance Academy midterm exams. We'll be right back with you with their semifinals match as said a while ago. We'll be going on a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, so we're now back to Scholomance Academy midterm exam, sponsored by AKG Games Philippines, and I'm Enly. Here is Percy with me. Will be featuring the semifinals match between DreamCatcher and JhayVibe. Um, Kindly analyze their lineup and potential bans, Percy.
Alrighty. While we're waiting for both of these players to pick their bands and probably add us for the spectate. So we have mentioned Dreamcatcher's deck a while ago of a Warrior Druid Paladin. We were not able to see the Druid because even though it is the most, I would say it's the most outdated of them all. Apparently, it's still packing a punch enough for MadDoom to just outright ban it. So again, Bomb Warrior with some weird additions, I would say, but if it works, it works, right? So, a Guardian Animals Druid and the Pen Pally. That's for Dreamcatcher. And for JhayVibe, we are seeing basically, wow, this is a small spell mage. So that's we've seen that time and time again from our other competitors. Soul's Demon Hunter, same thing with mage, and this is a face hunter
Yeah.
featuring lower keeper Pokel.
So what I want to mention here for for JVibe's deck is that he is playing with Altruist, so that means the double pen flinger is in. And for the face hunter, Doorkeeper Polka means that if he will be able to play it on 4, his top deck will be the burst cards, right?
From yes, from Dragon Bane, Kill Command, or Eagle Horn, bro. It really depends. It's a good top end that goes like 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. I guess that's the beauty of Polkelt in the sense that I never thought that you'd actually find a kind of card like Polkelt that you include in a face hunter deck. Apparently, arranging your deck in this kind of way allows Face Hunter to be somewhat more consistent than its older
Yeah,
iterations where
that's
it
true. With Polka plus the Voracious Reader, right? That means the card draw won't matter that much if you compared before. And if you're J-Vibe, would you ban out the warrior because the warrior have the bombs and bombs disrupts the Polka? Or
yes,
would you rather ban Pali?
yeah, we might see an entire curveball just like how MadDoom would ban Druid because Druid can high roll and you don't want to really high roll, but it kind of depends on J Vibe's playstyle if he wants to play against high roll or wants to play against consistency. So of course, if he wants to play versus the high roll, he will ban the warrior. If he wants to try his best to outlast the warrior, then he'll ban the warrior. But it's very very much a 80-20 split on he's going to ban warrior in respect to he's going to ban.
So,
I would say
so
Paladin's probably out of the question.
yeah, I
He can.
think they're online now. I would ask if they already did their ban. If yes, we'll start in less than a minute.
Yeah. Okay, so they're still picking their ban.
DH and Pali was banned.
Interesting. Oh, I just noticed that Dreamcatcher and JVibe's decks don't have any overlapping classes.
Oh,
Interesting.
that's nice. We'll be showcasing other classes now.
Finally, and this also shows how diverse our meta is right now. We do have, of course, some underrepresented
Yeah,
classes.
but we saw a shaman earlier, right? And
Yeah,
the rogue was supposed to be played on stream, but
it
it
was
was
banned.
banned. G.
So
So I'm
and
instructing them to start the match. Have you added them?
yes, I have. I am waiting for just waiting for the lobby, and surprisingly, that I've actually played against JVibe in one of the tournaments that I already have him as. Yeah. Uh. Oh.
Well, let's jump into the game. J Vibe. I have I wasn't able to get picture of JhayVibe. But we have DreamCatcher already set up. So it would be a warrior versus hunter. Ha!
Hmm.
The,
Okay. So,
before the this kind of matchup is always a win for warrior, but this is different type now, right?
yes, because and the Polkelt keep there. With Hunter now less prone to losing gas. This is going to be some like even, I would say, but still kind of highly favored towards the warrior if the hunter does not deal his threats consistent.
So he's thinking, would he go for the double one drop?
Or just keep it, right? He might even just coin out Polkelt in this kind of situation. But that would probably be asking for too much.
So JhayVibe decided not to play two one drops because it's weak. And Dreamcatcher have upgrade.
He can actually just upgrade
Yeah,
here and
equip
just
because he knew that hunter minions are low health, and
yes.
it's also important to remove the pokes of the lethal minions, right?
Exactly. That these what people fail to realize about aggro matchup is that the small damage piles up over time, and as the more damage your aggro opponent is dealing to you, is going to be detrimental to your own survival. I mean, as Lore Walker Cho says in the tutorial, even a small point of damage can be the difference between victory and defeat.
Oh, really? There's a dialogue like that because I play Hearthstone without without sounds.
No, it was a tech.
Text box. Oh,
It was a
okay. So um, I'll correct myself. I don't read text box.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I found that quote really interesting.
Interesting, yeah. Because that
That even 6 years from now, 6 years later, I still remember it.
so lore keeper Cho, right?
Lore
Affected your
Walker.
lore walker Cho affected your life for 6 years already.
Yeah, man. It's like I remember like playing Hearthstone. It was I still didn't have my own computer. I was playing on a shared computer. Then like I was very much into it, off the offset, and that's wow. That's already the first bump gone,
So no bump.
which makes the Pokelt you
Better.
better, but
He won't be
you don't
playing
have
it
draw.
now. Yeah.
Have the draw. You can just he can face Stalker into the hero power and hope he gets, or maybe just face Stalker into pack tactics and hope that your opponent just trades into it. And then you get the free off of that 2 free. There's definitely lines to play. Face Hunter is right now in this iteration is not just okay. So he just plays a 4 mana 4/5 here because why not? A double upgrade into hero power is enough to deal with this Polkelt, shuffle a bomb, and completely mix up this Polkelt. So yeah, Dreamcatcher is just going to he's either considering to go face or kill the Polkelt, but I would say here he needs to deal with the Polkelt. It is extra damage going to your face. You can upgrade, armor up shield slam into the 1/1. Oh, that was okay. The armor didn't matter, but in the case of your opponent suddenly not attacking because of your armor, you're going to need more armor to probably. It didn't matter in this situation, but for me as a player, you have to build a reflex. As a warrior player, you have to build a reflex that your armor lasts, so that you don't accidentally make this kind of critical mistake where
Yeah.
you
Where you
attack.
have a chance to shield slam or something like that, right?
You wouldn't lose to your own habits basically. But if you're disciplined enough that you can make that kind of mix up in your ordering, then by all means spice up your card gaming life. I'm not one to uh, to tell you what to do. If I'm not mistaken.
You're just suggesting.
Yeah.
So there's no point of he did play polka just for the body, right? Not for the effect. Cause he didn't waited for a potential effect of that because he knew that this guy already have the range caliber, Dreamcatcher, and as we can see, there's a Horde Pillager too on his side. So multiple swings from range caliber happening right now.
And the counter attack is on the way already for Dreamcatcher with a total of 2 bombs in his opponent's deck. He can just outright steal it if he just keeps dealing the face damage. Okay. So what is JhayVibe considering? Is he considering to go full board or half board? He's scared of the removal. He doesn't want maybe for me I would want to commit here so that if the brawl does happen, you have a 5-4 in the position, lurking, waiting, commiserating, just and just dodging the brawl by not being in play for now. So he can actually just play it safe here.
I
Face
think
stalker.
Yeah, if I were him, if I'm playing around Brawl, I'll go for the Freezing Trap Pack Tactics and Hero Power. But he's committing to this board now.
Yeah, so this is yeah. Play the pack tactics now. There we go. Yep.
So I think Dreamcatcher won't pull the trigger yet here. Or would you do it now?
He can.
He just Barrow plus Shield Slam here. Or I think it's better if he'll go for that play. It's better to Brawl now, right?
What now?
What's happening? This is outright lethal if he draws 3 bombs, by the way, but Barrow of Shield Slam, Karga, just armor up, do as much as.
Shield
I'm
Slam
not-
armor up.
Okay, oh yeah, right. He Shield Slammed the Barrow. Right. That is a fake. Yeah, he loses all of his armor, but that doesn't really matter. He saves his brawl, but he might not even be able to use it in the future turns. Another Felmo. This is
Yeah.
looking like massive damage.
So this will be a race now.
Yep.
It will depends on JhayVibe's drawing the bomb or no.
Exactly.
So
So
Horde
this card,
Pillager, so Horde
Yeah, Horde-
Pillager plus the Kargas or just actually Kargas plus Hero
card
Power.
is not probably. Because if you attack, you give your opponent a free. Freezing trap into a Pactix. That is more damage going into your face.
Yeah, that's true. So that's the reason why I'm not sure if I would
Wow.
even go for that play.
This is a demon. Oh, Voracious Reader. That is a.
Oh wait. Would you play it or no? Because that's a bomb. That's a question that you have to answer, diba? You have to consider.
But you are on the offensive. I guess you might as well just take all of your chances.
Would you play coin for draw 3 or no? Diba? That's a potential self damage, self harm.
Maybe he's considering that there is a low chance because it is like a 3 and 21. It is a what is it? 3 and 21. Actually 4 and 21. So it's even more than 1/7, and 1/7 is a small chance, a small price to pay for you to just get even more ahead. And the second freezing trap just hurts his chances even more. But the Krastenov here, Krastenov into armor up allows Oh, it doesn't actually even allow JhayVibe to survive an additional turn because the second Felmo is gonna hit him for the face, and this is lethal,
Yeah,
ladies.
that's
And
true. That's Lisa already.
yep.
Unless there's lethal from JVibe. We don't know kung kanino ba tayo nagko-call ng lethal. Is it on JVibes or
On DreamCatcher.
or DreamCatcher?
Small chances though.
Think
One,
what?
two,
Two more?
oh no.
Two more?
Just one more.
Last one?
Oh!
Last one? See?
Are you kidding me?
See? This is like use Flash versus Cells, but the reverse of it.
Well, what? You Smash versus Dells, but if it was consistent, but if it was the like the true ending basically.
Yeah.
What? Dude.
So would you consider that the Voracious Reader is top 10 anime betrayals? Or no?
Good point. Good point. Because you don't want to draw a lot of your cards. But by not playing Voracious Reader, kasi you lessen your chances on being able to deal the damage anyway.
But,
So
and I think how they do it is shuffles, right? If shuffles is rearranging the decks,
yeah,
the deck itself, so that won't matter. I think with Voracious Reader, I mean the sequence of what happens, but
yeah.
it's still fun to discuss what happened there.
I must protect the land.
It's like in this other card game that I play. This is an actual card game now. We call it stacking, basically. Like when the key cards are like clumped together in one specific part of the deck, and then it just happens that the three of the bombs after the shuffle were just stacked together, right? So it just happens. It just so happens that the best flavor was not to draw cards to move you closer to the stack. So you can make that argument right there. Na, yeah, tama ka nga na the Voracious Reader was probably in the running for top 10 anime betrayals. But
We have a lot of betrayals today.
yeah, like this, very reminiscent of actual midterms na akala mo pasado ka na pero pagbalik sa'yo ng test, nako, ganon.
Akala mo nag-prepare ka na ng husto pero
Pero
it's,
ganon
it's
din.
not enough.
Exactly.
This this would be fun to create a highlight video. I don't know.
Like you can get onto it naman din. I think it will be pretty interesting. We can even make smaller things. Okay, an elemental allies on nako JhayVibe. Oh, you're not facing a bomb war naman, so no problem.
Oh, but we're seeing a double lightning bloom. But there's no ramp yet, and the druid is not on coin, so
Yep.
is slower. Chance
But if he draws it
to
innervate,
get to
Okay.
the guardian animals.
okay, just hero power here. Back into the one.
Actually, yeah, that's correct. I thought Crystal Merchant is at 1, so that's correct.
Yep. I ever since Tice revived Quest Druid, I started playing Quest Druid again. When
But-
Ultu arrived, it was my favorite quest.
Yo, okay. But during my climb, it's rare to face druid.
Oh, here we go. Here's the innervate. He can pull
Yeah,
the
let's
trigger.
go. Let's go. Let's pull the trigger now. Go all in.
Do it.
How many beasts does he have? Is it 5? I think 5.
Five.
Yeah,
There we
5.
go.
So Lake Treasure and Twilight Runner. Even with just double Twilight Runner is already good here.
Yeah, it's valuable enough.
As
Okay,
long as
Treasure.
one Twilight, at least one Twilight Runner.
But no.
So it's
He's gonna-
treasure to clear. Anyway.
So
So Dreamcatcher will have to cope up with his hand resource through the merchant.
Yep. While JhayVibe, after losing his board, is not looking all too sharp right now. He can actually consider elemental allies into a mana cyclone and then play mana cyclone next turn to draw 3 cards. But that is pretty much giving up your value generation so that you can survive into the later parts of the game.
So this is JhayVibe is thinking if he wants to just take 8 or no.
Okay. I mean, he could go for the play that I was mentioning earlier, but oh wait. He can elemental allies, brain freeze into Ray of Frost, killing whichever he froze. Bruh. What?
So I think he'll just freeze plus elemental ally.
Huh.
Okay. So that's a hope. So I think he wants to Ray of Frost.
That was weird for me. But it works. If it works for him, we'll let him be. So he can elemental ally. Okay, he can apprentice allies, double ray of frost into anything, and then he grabs value off of it from mana cyclone. Hopefully, he gets more 1 mana spells. Maybe a second ray of frost would be good here. Mirror image. He has to save this for later. Save this for later, I say.
No, later. There's a potion of illusion. That will. Oh no, but he'll poke out the Zork Apprentice now.
Yes.
So lesser broken things happening next turn.
And this Crystal Merchant now giving Dreamcatcher back the cards that he spent on the very, very early Guardian anime.
And as we can see, there's overflow already in his hand.
That just says a lot for the
He
the
could
comeback.
he could opt to wait for the Isera or just innervate overflow on his next turn. So JhayVibe is Puzzle Box is included in his deck or no? It's random generated. So maybe that will be the last saving grace for JhayVibe if he managed to hit the 10 mana.
Yeah, and he'll be able to wait. He overdraws here, right? Oh, sakto lang. He's going to overdraw next.
Yeah,
Hopefully
overdraw
he
next turn.
Hopefully he doesn't overdraw like a Jandis or a Muzaki in like the top end that he desperately needs to get back into this game. Random trade, but okay. Oh no, the trade was okay because of the Lake Treasure. Yeah. Coin overflow to heal everything. Draw 5. Pretty neat. Here's the survival of the fittest. Ghidra into Ghidra into overgrowth to deal with JhayVibe's
Yeah,
whatever kind.
potential multiple boards. But I think, oh wow, Dreamcatcher would reach finals now. I'm not jinxing it because it's obvious he'll win here.
Yeah, of course.
Unless the puzzle box, right?
Yeah, the puzzle box can definitely turn things around. But JhayVibe's now just going at it with a spell generation. He can just go for like a magic trick, or even just maybe a mirror image would save him here. If he's scared of like a Ghidra, or if he's scared of like somehow Dreamcatcher is able to clear JhayVibe's only currently value generating minion on the board.
So would you say Druid is still broken as long as you could guardian animals super early? But
This is what I mentioned a while ago for the high roll, right?
yeah, the high roll potential of Druid is really there. So that's the reason why some of our players don't want to play Druid, even if, for example, if it's strong on the current meta, or don't want to face it despite of not being the good performer because of the high roll, right?
Exactly. And here's the Ghidra overload I was mentioning earlier, something that JhayVibe, I probably think he did not expect. This deals with the Chenvala, and with the Elemental, it saves with 1 health to boot even. Wow. And now at 7 mana, there's just little ways for JhayVibe to deal with this. He did pick up the Arcane Explosion from the Magic deck earlier, so he can deal 1 damage to all, but is that going to matter in the long run? He has Primordial Studies. He'll be able to do more. He'll be able to get additional spell damage off of a Solarian. Might be valuable. So Solarian Hero Power, Mirror Image. The possibilities are endless.
So what's the play here? Nothing. He can play GA next turn, right? I mean,
Survival of the Fittest.
survival of the fittest. That's lethal already. So
Not necessarily.
not
It's just
necessary.
12 damage. And he'll be able to deal with the Ghidra anyway. With this Arcane Explosion or
That's true.
just
That's true.
It's not just not default just. Okay, so Violet Spellwing for good measure. And he can just survival of the fittest and be on with his life. Because he can lake treasure into the taunts. It's pretty good already. And he deals 13 to JhayVibe, and with JhayVibe still at 8 mana, not being able to cast this puzzle box to turn things around, he's going to need some sort of freeze.
Yeah, this is freeze. Cobalt Spellkin into freezes. Called it.
Into
Ray
double
of
Ray of
Frost.
Frost.
Yeah,
2 Ray
this
of
is
Frost.
this is Ray of Frost. Even one can save him, but oh
2 mirror images! 2 mirror images!
yeah, that's still. Oh wait, Kek, wait. I think
That's it.
I think some damage will push through because of the broomstick crystal power. But let's see if would it be lethal. But I think it's not yet lethal unless he drew another minion. Oh wait, there's a Kael'thas. So I haven't done the math, but
No, it's not enough. It's not enough.
it's not enough. Okay,
Wait!
so I think that's not enough. You're
That's not-
correct.
Just the survival of the fittest again. And now JhayVibe is staring into the abyss. Oh wow. This trade actually just go clear the board. We don't really care about dealing the damage now because we can just deal the damage later.
So
Okay.
will this Mana Giant plus Conjurer's Calling save his ass?
Hopefully we have to be optimistic here.
Oh, what would be the best one? I think there's no
Mortals.
no way to wait, Conjurer's Calling that nah. No way. So valiant
Oh.
effort from JhayVibe, and I forgot to change the logo. It's still Hunter. He's playing Mage. Lul.
Eh.
Production error.
That's gonna be it for JhayVibe's run. It was kind of unfair. We know that he was winning on that Face Hunter play right there, but
But bump happens.
Bomb Warrior is just explosive in
So
both
you
its
win
ends.
this one. DreamCatcher taking the win 2-0. And we're approaching finals, but of course we'll have to go back to the caster's desk and talk about what happened in this series.
It was a steamroll for the second game. We could set and forget about it, but the first game is where it was at. I would say it was unbelievable scenes. I wanted like a better win. I wanted a justice kind of win where the Face Hunter would have won, but Bomb Warrior is still proving to us that very very relevant in the meta. That's just it. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable games. Based from the chat, we have 3 already super highlight moments with the
Yeah.
50-50, aka 16% chance to face, the elemental allies bumps, and this one.
Yeah, we can easily make like probably like 2 more probably in the finals,
Oh, the
hopefully.
highlights.
Yeah.
Highlight plays and fails of the game.
Like you don't see it every day where you get to highlight something during the midterm exams. All you cared about midterms before was like either you're going to get through it or just gonna pass it. Now we have something to laugh about. We have something to look back and say, wow, this actually happened during the midterms.
I will go for a short break. Oh, are you good with that, Percy?
Yeah, sure. We're it is the finals. We have to be in like our tip top shape for probably like the best match ever. And do you have a giveaway?
We have giveaway hashtag sub more. We'll do it at the probably end of the stream. So guys, there's a lot of action coming. Switch will be facing Dreamcatcher, so don't go out on this channel, and see you in a bit. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Scholomance midterm exams. This will be the finals match already. Dreamcatcher versus Switch. We had a lot of funny outcomes happened through the first 4 rounds of our series. Let's hope that this will be a competitive yet fun series as well. Percy, can you um, uh, bring down the decks and bands of our players?
All right, so it's like the third time that I'm saying this. The Dreamcatcher's decks include a Bomb Warrior, which has Kargath Blade Fist in it, and it doesn't have the Risky Skipper package, despite Dreamcatcher owning the Galakron's Awakening. He has Guardian Animals Druid, which he high rolled a lot. He high rolled so much a while ago against JhayVibe, and we have Pen Pally as the just the ace in the hole for Dreamcatcher. And Switch, we did talk about him a while ago and how he's a great competitor and how he's just he's just overall too good. And I would argue the favorite of this tournament, this small community fun tournament. He's going to be the one to ace the exam. He's bringing also Pen Pally with without with this is interesting. He does not have Barov nor Alura. No,
Yeah,
he has
This will-
Murger instead.
and also he's playing double authority, blessing of
Yep.
authority. So I'm not sure why no Allura, right?
If you're gonna do that as well, right? So maybe he's going for like a huge value kind of Pen Pally. So maybe an air raid would have helped here so that he has more minions on the board. But who am I to judge his kind of deck building skills? I guess he also has small spell mage, which is, of course, we've seen our touch of small spell mages during the run of this tournament. He also has blood mage Talnos in this deck.
Yeah, Talnos because without devolving missiles.
Yeah, so that's the tech. You don't really need devolving arcane missiles in some matchups, I would say. And he was going to bring Quest Druid before it was banned, while Switch bans out Dreamcatcher's Warrior because it's a warrior. So Quest Druid, I talked about it a while ago on how when Tice kind of revived Quest Druid by playing it in his highlights on YouTube. I am sub to Tice. I like Tice.
Less than
He
3.
played less than 3. Yeah. He played Quest Druid and was like, Quest Druid is my favorite deck that came out of Uldum, and now that it's back with a vengeance with more consistent cards in the deck like Rising Winds. He even added in Zephyrus here. I would have loved to see it. I would have loved to see it play, but Dreamcatcher, I think he definitely knows the power of the Druid. given that he's just high rolled into it this last game.
That's true. So I already told our players to play, and let's jump into their game.
All right.
So switch as Pali. Wow, Pali mirror.
Pali mirror.
I think if this is not super fast games, this will be a super long game.
I guess that's what makes it interesting. That's what makes the paladin interesting, because on come the late game, it turns into a control combo type of setup where uh the more it really doesn't matter if you have a lot of minions in play. If you have the pen finger and you're able to dish out the chip damage, it's going to matter more in the long run.
Wow, these two are Libram players. Both have Alder Attendant on one.
But none of them have hand of Adal on 2, so that's something. But this one drops from the first day of school, not helping Dreamcatcher to secure the board.
Yeah, that's true. All are one health minions. So if you assume that there will be a pen flinger, that won't help that much.
Exactly. And the spell damage +1 given by this Ethereal Og Merchant doesn't really matter in the long run, because Switch does not have any AoE spells in his deck.
So Libra Wisdom trade to the 1-2 and leave the 2-1 alive.
But both of these players already have pen flingers in their hand, but Switch with the Libram of
buffs,
Wisdom in
yeah.
hand and the coin allows for more pen flinger chip damage, more than what Dreamcatcher is able to do at this point in the game, which is still early.
So pen, yeah, I think no, not pen. Switch won't play the coin here, so
He can just even pass.
If
Hero
he-
power pass.
if he coins here, that means he'll go for the pen. So oh,
Huh.
so he'll play coin Libram. So the merit of doing it is because there's devout pupil playable on 4.
Right. Yeah, develop pupil just decreases its cost. How many spells you've casted on a friendly minion system. So
Yeah.
that's pretty good. That's a pretty good spot there from Switch. That I was like, during the first glance, but when you mentioned the play, it was apparently the best way to go about it.
Now it's devout pupil, and maybe we'll be seeing a big, not that big, but a 6-7, or if this is to happen, the 4-5 will still die, but it's fine. So,
So
pen, hero power,
Wisdom, then pen again, which
But-
leaves the pen flinger exposed.
yeah, that's true. So that means more or less you're committing your defeat already.
Unless Switch respects it and does not deal with it through like the Libram of Justice, and instead plays the Truth Seeker just because it's on tempo, on curve.
Maybe Switch already have a read that those 3 cards are not spells.
Very
Ah.
likely.
But again, Switch won't do it because he found a better play here, and there will always be a spell because Silverhand Recruit in Dreamcatcher side can bump into the 4-5.
The 4-6 that would have been for later. So yeah, Switch is definitely playing this combo deck like how it's supposed to be. Combo, keeping your combo pieces and not being intimidated by the 4-5 Divine Shield on your opponent's side of the board.
I do love a good study session.
But Dreamcatcher, with the Liadrin in hand and having played only two Libram of Wisdoms, that's probably Liadrin is not going to be a good play for this turn, for the next turn to come.
So would you go for the ping? I was also thinking for the potential Angry Chicken Libram of Wisdom ping, but that's a shenanigans, and it won't help him that much.
It kind of works, but you have to order it in some weird way.
Yeah, this looks like a Libram of Wisdom, kill, Libram, and pump. So no minions on the other side, while Switch having a 4-6. Or if he wants to buff it, it will be a 6-8.
Pretty sick. And with that play, Switch is already in the lead. Just a 5-7. Very interesting. DreamCatcher already at the back foot, losing both of his losing one of his pen fingers. And not having any additional Libram cost reduction, he's going to have to back on the Libram of Hope next turn on 8. Very unfortunate, but it's how it be, as we do say here.
So I think probably Switch already have a read that there's a Libram of Hope on Dreamcatcher's hand. Either one of the two.
Yeah, and it kind of is looking like Switch is probably considering like just Penfinger and then Libram of Hope or something. Or maybe just Libram of Justice. Either Hope or Justice would work here.
He will go for the Justice and go for the Argent Braggart here.
2 Braggarts. Oh no, just 1 Braggart because he played. 2-6-8s. Going to be difficult for Switch to deal with this. Wow. Oh yeah, that's pretty interesting that not a lot of pen pallies are bringing out their Argent Braggarts. Like we've seen, I think Switch is the only paladin in the games that we've casted that we've seen having a Argent Braggart in there. Actually, 2 copies of it even.
Yeah,
As
but
in the
I think there's a Braggart earlier, but we didn't see play. But now we saw it being played now.
Oh, this is going to hurt.
Yeah, imagine still having your pen flinger, right? That cleans
Yeah.
out the board.
So this is the disadvantage of losing your Penflinger very early on just to clear 1 minion on the board. And whoa, lo and behold, that is why you have the Blessing of Authority. You can Blessing of Authority this Braggart and copy your own Braggart. And this is going to be massive.
Yeah, that's true. A massive Argent Braggart. Another one. After seeing the first Libram of Justice, no way that he could have another copy of it from his hand.
Exactly, but he is not going for it and is instead just saving for this Libram of Hope. Just keeping it
okay. So
province.
not the Blessing of Authority play, but this kind of play.
Setting up for lethal next turn. I mean, it would
Yeah,
have been
it's
nice.
still lethal. It's still lethal. But this
It
is somehow more protected because there's a Divine Shield, right?
Yes. And it can definitely, you can now contest this this Guardian with your hero power. But we'll see. So Blessing of Authority will definitely clear this. So I think Switch can opt to take 11 or maybe just Penflinger. Wait. He can actually opt to take 11 and then Blessing of Authority the taunt, I guess. Then just deal 8. Then just be
Yep, I think that's the play. He'll have to buff the taunt.
Yep, Penflinger, Authority. Nine. Oh, or he's not even going to Authority.
I think he'll go for the 8-8. He'll buff the 8-8. So technically, Dreamcatcher needs to attack regardless of minions here, because this is taunt. He'll buff it or what? I don't know.
He's not
So
he's
he
not
didn't fully
overcommitting.
commit. Yeah, he didn't overcommit here.
Switch does not like to show his authority to other people apparently.
Those are veteran plays.
Yeah.
if I were him, I will go all in. But there's no point of going all in here if you can have a still a little setup on board.
Yeah. It just shows the patience and the what do you call it? The patience and the holding back of the trigger is something that it's something that professionals are very good at doing very good at doing. Just not being too flashy, just getting the job done, just doing the bare minimum.
Yeah,
Because yeah,
what enough is enough, right?
yeah.
So
It's
that's
flashy.
that's 1-0 in favor of Switch.
Yeah, no holds barred. Switch is the better pen pal.
So Switch will go with his mage if I'm correct.
Yes, a small spell mage versus a switch of either uh, a switch of either guardian animals druid or a stick with this pen paladin. So we have seen a while ago from Dreamcatcher that he was able to dismantle the mage, the small spell mage of JhayVibe because he high rolled, not even because he high rolled into the guardian animals, but because of the discovers of JhayVibe that game, which did not help his case in staving off the damage. Maybe he can opt to try again with that magic for the druid
Yeah, that's
versus
true.
the mage.
So we're now on the game
So he
2
does.
of the finals between Switch and Dreamcatcher. Again, this is brought to you by AKG. Brought to you by me and Lee, co-casted with Percy and sponsored by AKG Games Philippines. Please do follow their respective channels, right, Percy?
Yeah,
Eh,
I mean,
and you're correct. We're seeing Druid.
he's going for the magic. We see Switch's hand with double mana cyclone. This is exactly what happened to JhayVibe, but Dreamcatcher does not have the guardian animals nor a second lightning bloom in the hand. So Switch is either considering a second Talnos so he draws faster or an Azure Explorer for value in the late game. And of course, he chooses value in the late game because you are the small spell mage. You're going to need as much value out of your value generation as possible. And a turn one skip here for Dreamcatcher. He doesn't want you don't want to just coin out your stuff for no
Yeah, the
reason.
coin Lightning Bloom into Overgrowth. Ha, called it. Because I think um since this he has the opportunity to do it. Next turn is a hero power if that to happen. So why not play it now, right?
The problem I have with innervating pre-nerf, you're lightning blooming out your overgrowth is that if you don't have any follow up, you basically wasted your lightning bloom. You just wasted it.
Yeah,
You don't have anything
yeah, that's true.
to
But
prove.
at least you have 5 mana now to pivot and no overload in the coming turns.
There's
So
the
yeah, this is Crystal Merchant hero power. Then the innervate there is good. One turn closer to having a Isera on board. Wow, he respected the
this
2-1
Azure
so much.
Explorer.
I would rather go for the draw there. So I think he Crystal Merchant here, then would you go for Innervate? But that's costly. You want the Innervate to be played with value, like the Isera.
Exactly. I mean, if you're banking on you drawing your second innervate, then why not? By all means, right? But I've played too much Quest Druid that I do that on impulse anyway. So just Crystal Merchant into innervate because I don't really care. I want to draw cards. It's fine. Now he can do it. You just hero power Crystal Merchant and trade into the Talnos. He gets to draw a card which is pretty good. If he finds his overgrowth, that's even better. If he finds an overflow, that's also nice because he draws cards. But maybe he'll want to draw. Maybe he'll want to overflow after Isera.
That should be the the case because you want to have a good board here because Switch is not doing a lot of things and you might be afraid that those might be a giant, mana giants, but that's other mana.
Oh,
It's a mana
there we go.
cyclone.
So the Innervate keep was worth it
Worth
for
it.
Dreamcatcher.
Yeah, GA getting out here and a double Anubisat defender if he choose to play it.
And he draws here first to check out what's up. Nothing too much. Anubisat defender. He doesn't have any 5+ spells on the board. So committing both is a sign that it's something that he should do very early on, which
And
he
he
does.
wants the aggression now. That's the reason why.
Exactly.
So it's
If that's
like earlier. If this mage doesn't have removal or any tools that can mitigate damage, I'll have the lethal in potential 2 turns.
Okay, so one thief hoping for he was hoping for an AoE there, switch to get it, instead goes for a cram session to draw. Hopefully he can draw 2 cards. He has a leopard. He can draw 2 cards off of the cram session. And then just play Violet Spellwing into Arcane Breath to deal with the Twilight Runner. You don't need the extra Discover a spell from the Arcane Breath anyway.
So I think I maybe one of the playoff switch here is to mana giant for next turn. He'll go for the least amount of mana, least cost mana giant. Oh wait, he decided to play 1 now, which is also good.
And he
But
plays it in the middle of the other minions,
yeah,
which is
so the
also
4/6 will tank it out. But apparently,
it doesn't matter.
it can still be played around. Just pick off the other one and let the one to survive.
Okay, so he can Gidra into Crystal Power, which deals with this entire board. Okay, Overgrowth and it doesn't.
Yeah, and even he crystal power the 8/4, then trade one of the 3/5.
That also kind of works. Yeah,
And
definitely. He's left with the wind screen.
survival of the Vites next turn is guaranteed lethal unless freeze happens.
And with Switch opting not to cram session that turn, draws inadvertently to another cram session, which is kind of detrimental to his survival right now. Because as you said, survival of the fittest definitely is a threat. Okay, so the hover over Mana Giant into Conjure's Calling is telling us that maybe he's throwing in the towel for this game. He's going to just hope for the best here
Best outcome,
and not
but
really
no
not
outcome that
really.
will save him.
Oh!
Top
The
deck.
Nostradamus plays from Enli, calling the survival of the fittest. That is unbelievable scenes. That is GG for Dreamcatcher. And we are going to a game 3 for this finals. Yes, this is good. We don't have a split. This is a match. This is a game.
Yeah, best of 1 finals.
Best of 1.
Bali versus Mage, and Mage not running a devolving missile is will be a crucial factor here.
Yeah. This Paladin of Dreamcatcher will be able to keep his buffs unless there is a randomly generated polymorph or randomly generated devolving arcane missiles, which can happen because Switch is running 2 magic tricks. we go.
But the case of Switch earlier is that he drew 2 mana cyclones from the get-go and wasn't able to play it very well, right?
Yes. Right. Whereas right now we have Switch on his Sorcerer's Apprentice and a One Maker, which I would presume he'll discard he'll mulligan out the Sorcerer's Apprentice because you don't really need it just yet.
Now, also DreamCatcher have a better hand start. He could set up a aggro line here.
And another top deck mana Cyclone that's not gonna help Switch's case that much early on. But if he's able to generate more spells through like the One Maker, he'll be able to come back to this game. There you go. One Maker brings the Devolving Arcane Missiles. I was just saying that Magic Trick is going to discover the Devolving Arcane Missiles, pero One Maker, okay, sige.
One
Go
Maker
ahead.
made that for you.
Yeah, I do not pick the one. Yes, I am not a mage, pare. Wow. So he can just Titanic Lucky into probably the 1-2 or the 2-1 so that he survives an Arcane Missiles which he knows is in the hand of Switch. But this just tells us that oh yeah, I can definitely just Arcane Missiles here. Fire Blast if needed and trade the board.
Oh wow, with Sorc Apprentice and Chen Bala pair
Oh,
on hand, it would be but without coin.
turn 5
Ima-
shenanigans
yeah,
is definitely possible.
imagine having the coin here. You could
That's-
set it up on turn 4.
Yeah,
Now,
and then you immediately lose to Libram of Justice.
now he's thinking if what will be his play here. Would he commit the Arcane Missile or just ping?
Okay, he's skipping. It's looking like a skip. Very commendable here from Switch. He knows that this board is not a threat. He doesn't need to use up the Arcane Missiles, and because he'll be able to find value for that later in the game. 2 turns from now. There we go. So that's a lab partner without a cram session. This is kind of meh. But Switch is looking like he wants to pull the trigger
Yeah,
on.
on devolving missiles.
So what are the odds that this does not hit? The Devolving Arcane Missiles does not hit.
The one that is
Titanic
buffed. Yeah.
I think that's a 12.5% chance it does not hit.
You're the one that has pressure mass statistics, so I'll believe
Yeah.
on you. Oh yeah. But
Oh,
it
it
hits
hit-
3 times.
That's also
100%.
12.5%.
100%. Because it hits or not in the,
Yeah,
the Titanic
yeah.
Lucky. Oh, the Ray of Frost is good. And puzzle box.
Of course, always say contingency plan just to get him out of
Someone
Other
on
some-
the FB Messenger, I think, or here in the Twitch chat that hopefully we'll see a puzzle box on the finals. We might be seeing that.
yeah. Hope. But it depends. We've seen Switch not pull the trigger unless he absolutely needs to. So Dreamcatcher has to do something to make Switch puzzle box for his life.
Oh, and now having to play the Libram of Justice, Suchan Vala, and his procs would be good for Switch already.
But Switch does not have all of his
Yeah,
small
the
spells.
small spells, so he needs to wait.
What to do? What to do?
This might be lab partner ping.
Is it cold in
Oh.
here?
So decided to play the Chenvala now. Because there's no
Yes.
direct removal except for the the broom, right?
Yes,
The broom
but,
will help to clear that.
but it's not something that you really want to do because it's I guess it's a waste of a resource.
Or are there 1 mana that can deal 5 damage? Nah. Nah,
One
right?
mana, no death charge, but you have to give it to your opponent. Or death charge here, nothing.
Depth charge, the 0-5.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. I won a game during my climb, Burst Hunter, because I have that.
Right. That's pretty good.
So, lab partner, 1 thief, and maybe polymorph the 4-6 even though
It
it's not
doesn't have
the
a
best
1.
target.
Yeah, but it's still good. But or maybe he can just Ray of Frost it and completely not deal with it. Or find better threats with one thief. Yeah.
Or
Well,
lab partner, combustion, ping. That solves the deal. That solves the puzzle.
What
yeah,
to
of course. But it really depends on what Switch wants to do. Does he want to go for value? Does he want to clear this 4-6? It's all on what Switch's priorities are at this point of the game.
So, looks like if he plays Cirque Apprentice, he'll go for the combustion, Ray of Frost, Ray of Frost. So, he just decided to go for the halfway.
Wow. Okay, that's something we didn't even consider, and
That's the one I mentioned, the play, but with different
just
sequence.
polymorph it.
Yeah.
Not polymorphing, but polymorph establish something
Right.
commendable. Yeah, it is nice. It is. I guess it is kind of better, especially that now you have 3 threats instead of 1 from the previous line of play.
And as we can see, there's a Lord Barrow, but DreamCatcher, I won't pull the trigger. I will wait for the 5/5s to come out before I Barrow.
Yeah, definitely. There's just better ways of doing this.
So again, guys, viewers out there, we have ongoing giveaway. Just type in the chat hashtag submore. The reason behind the hashtag submore is we have a sub goal.
Sub goal. Is there a command to view the sub goal?
Yeah, exclamation
So-
point sub goal.
There we go.
I wonder.
Oh, really? So, Frostbolt. Okay. So it's
Okay.
still not the 5/5 elemental turn here. Tome of Intellect. Or if
Apex is blast to
yeah,
just
just
storm
to
your
hit,
way.
just to hit 5 damage to the face.
So why not? It's currently 6, but it's out. That's out of the question. Oh, but small spell mage, in the spirit of small spell mage, Switch just
Oh
goes
wow,
for the 5-5. Wow.
that's a better result for Switch.
5-5.
155 came out and no clear play again. Lord Barrow won't deal. This novice engineer needs to get a broom. No
But it does
broom.
not. No broom spells your doom. Oh,
Oh, wow.
DreamCatcher is in the pitch.
What a catchy line. Maybe if he was able to play the Solid Sprite earlier, maybe it would have been a better spot for him, right?
Yeah, definitely. Huh.
Cannot wait to read these.
Yeah, he's just going on a full defensive here. With this Gold Shirefoot calling it full defensive. He's trying his best to survive.
Yeah. Trying to
keep his
survive
chance
now
alive.
and top deck the better cards on the next few turns.
Janval gone, but I think that should matter little for the amount of damage that Switch is dealing.
So that's still a bad top deck for Switch, but he could go for a own would he own ping this? Maybe not, because maybe the arcane missiles hits the Lord Barrow accidentally.
Yes, you have to be worried about that pressure. Deal as much damage as you can. Hope that you top deck your Jadis, your Jadis, your Raz, your top end basically, so that you can just so you can seal the deal of this game. Because if you keep drawing your low end and you know your opponent is just
Oh
oh
wow!
whoa oh no, not like this.
If
This
Switch
is
don't get the good card draws, we might be seeing Yog on 10. Because
yes,
I'm assuming the 3-2 will die here, of course.
of
Or
course, of course.
or if Dreamcatcher wants to value trade, because there's no point of being troubled with the Cirque Apprentice. Switch is holding one card.
If you just go all in here, you have to be desperate. You're at 7 HP. Find your Libram of Hope and try to stave off this small minion pressure. Oh, and the Mana Giant for
I
0.
think that's enough. I mean, he just play Mana Giant here and push face
If he get,
again.
I mean, if he gets Libram of Hope, right? So
That's
what
true. That's
happens?
true.
What
He,
happens here?
he
He just
have several card draws because Salad's Pride will get the things he wanted. Ooh, this is 3 damage. Nice. So there's a broom, double broom. So complete broom.
oh, there we go. See. This is
Oh,
there's a Libram of Hope.
Libram of Hope and
Libram of Hope and
broom.
Broom. Yep.
Oh man. So
So
this is Yog.
next turn, yeah, definitely.
Definitely.
He could use the card draw that
Yog.
can generate from Yogg. The Libram of Hope. He actually missed
Oh.
10 finger damage there, but it doesn't really matter. He needs more healing. Rooms.
Yeah, he got tunnel vision on just clearing the 8-8. Maybe that's the usual thing happening to me if I don't plan ahead my turns or
There we go.
plays. Is there lethal?
You're doing
Switch. Is there
magic trick.
lethal? Is there lethal? Oh, that's good.
Crazy.
And the evocation
Arcane.
there is also good.
AI.
Oh, the arcane explosion
draw.
is good.
Oh,
Everything is good. Oh, yo, that's good. That's bad. Oh, that's cute.
oh, that's good.
Frostbolt 9-9, that's good. Farsight, it's also good. Wow.
Shadow Step.
Shadow Step, the 1-1.
I mean, it's the only target.
Well, that's more than the average outcome, right?
Yes.
It
Well,
didn't
it's a good-
it didn't help you to clear the board, but it gives you resource.
Yeah, so Penflinger on this thing. Hand of Adal, the Jumbo Imp. So you get your stuff back. And just don't attack with the Jumbo Imp and you will be fine. That is the second Penflinger. That is not gonna stop this.
That's the second part because that's a freezing trap. Good
Yes.
thing that he has a broom, and the broom will really help. He could bounce back the broom again.
Right. So you can test for it.
But if there's no minion on switch side, studies, get a Archmage is good with Conjurer's Calling. Then he will freeze the 11-8.
Yeah, he still has a Ray of Frost. That's a one-cost Conjurer's Calling as well. Here we go. Oh, what is this?
4-9, that's a big damage. That's
Judicious
a judicious
Wow.
junior. Only know that it's junior.
We have the alliterations here.
Because there's a freshman, so sophomore, junior, and senior. Oh, on top deck, Libram of Justice.
Really? Okay, so
He's eager to play the loot hoarder, but if I were him, I would test for freezing and have the broomstick on my hand again, rather than the play he did.
yeah, it's a waste of a tempo. He could. It's also another waste of tempo here. He
And
could have just.
And he could have pen flinger one off, right? He could have
Yeah,
played it.
He could pen flinger twice in the face. What? Okay.
Oh, this is bad. No pen flinger anymore, so this
Why did
drags,
he not play the loot hoarder?
yeah, this drags the game a little bit um longer, but it's still anybody's game. But without the pen flinger, uh, Switch have a chance to close out this game. Bad result of evocation.
Wow. Everything's too expensive to play. He can just play Neverwind and Combustion. Oh, Neverwind and Combustion is fine.
Yeah,
But oh wait, no, never mind. No, it's not fine. He's staring at 11 damage. It's not fine. Not fine.
but
Not,
it's still frozen, right?
oh, never mind. I thought it was last turn. Okay, so he can Netherwind Portal into Combustion. Deal with the Spell Flingers. You don't want your opponent to have a spell in hand.
Time runs out on me.
Okay.
Very tight game 3.
I wonder.
Yeah, we still don't have a clear winner here. The Rolling Fireball instead and the Mirror Image just to stave off as much damage as you can. Dealing enough damage to this Jumbo Imp, which makes it kind of irrelevant at this point in the game. Unless there's a Libram of Hope, just a Wisdom. Okay, Loot Hoarder, Hero Power, Broomstick deals with the Mirror Images.
Mind if I roll need?
Just a Wisdom here. But
Then don't play Broom.
Reporting for duty.
Hope for Libram of Hope next turn. How many draws? 7. And even a
Liadrin would help.
Liadrin will help. That's correct.
Remember the studies into Ras, no Ras.
Azure Explorer would be picked here because that's a value.
Magic Trick into
Looking
Arcane
for
Explosion.
freeze.
Doesn't get it. Flame Ward is kind of like in the same realm, but you don't have enough mana to cast it. You have 8 mana left to go, and you still want to discover from Azure Explorer. Or maybe it is maybe Flame Ward is the play here.
This is super close.
Yeah,
I thought Switch can finish this off with how poorly the Libram Pali draws. Dragon mo, but he cannot play it.
Time runs out on me.
he can Maligos then something. Or Alex Straza to save his face somewhere in the line.
So this is Flame Ward. Flame Ward ping. Oh. Ha!
Amit. Oh, what a wow. What an
Not
order.
minion. Oh no. So 12 damage can connect to Switch face and that's a life steal.
Oh, that is important. That is an important top deck there. Oh no.
I do love
Oh no, DreamCatcher is slowly crawling his way back while Switch is not able to close this game out.
Yeah,
This Jumbo Imp.
we saw the good box, but not. I cannot say it's good box because what he's facing there is an 8-8 also, right? And it transformed into an 8-8, but it didn't kill the Jumbo Imp. Imagine no Jumbo Imp here, no problem to switch. But there's the Jumbo Imp.
Yeah, immediately trouble in paradise here for Switch. He didn't get the freezes as he wanted a while ago. Now this lifesteal just puts him back to 30 HP and putting Switch down to 3 with this setup.
So DreamCatcher catching his dream today.
Yeah, let's go. Finally, we get to topple the Titan that is Switch. But we can't really count out just yet. He has picked up a Ray of Frost, which
But
can stall this Jumbo Imp
yeah,
more.
I think it's still lethal. No lethal because of Flame Ward. So he could still stall. Let's see if there's still a comeback.
Definitely there's a comeback potential here. A Flame Ward.
Flame Ward, Ray
Flame-
of Frost, Ray of Frost. Even play Talnos.
No, he can
Ah,
just
no.
Ray of Frost once. He'll trade into the Devout Pupil here.
Ah, that's true, that's true. I forgot hitting those will also prevent Dreamcatcher doing the
From
lethal.
Exactly. So just ping, Talnos, then Ancient Mysteries. Uh-oh. But Switch has to do this. Okay, he doesn't have to do it this fast, but he just has to do it. Okay, life still doesn't matter right now. Ancient Mysteries, because why not? Why not? Switch?
So
Maybe he doesn't.
one more buff would means a win for Dreamcatcher, but no buff. And 4 cards remaining. Getting the Liadrin there is already lethal, right?
Yes, but now this deals with the imp, this deals with the Jumbo Imp. So, and with only one charge left on this on weapon, 1 HP, Switch is holding on by a thread. This air raid.
Tall task to beat this this Pali because Liadrin is one of the cards. Second is Libram of Hope. What's the other 2 cards?
He's probably missing another Liberal of Justice, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's see, Libram of Justice. He already played 2 Libram of Justice.
Okay. Then he's missing a Hand of Adal or a Devout Pupil.
Yeah, I think Hand of Adal.
This is still a tall order to fill for Switch. He can only clear 4 minions at the moment.
And
But
he
because-
needs to ping 1. So what the best outcome here is not Libram of Hope, not Hand of Adal, not Liadrin. So the other card.
Yeah, me. Wait, does he still have a
Yeah,
he doesn't have a
this
penciler
would
anymore.
be this would be 8-3. But it's still fine. Let's hold off. Let's hold on to our hope.
There we go, Switch. These boys are giving us a show of a lifetime here. Switch hanging on by a thread, trying to stay alive. Here's
So-
the Hand of Adal that I mentioned.
So that's Hand of Adal, and we'll get nearer to the Libram of Hope and Liadrin. Devout Pupil is the other card. So
Yes, I was right. So we are in the waiting room for Libram of Hope and what was the other one? Liadrin.
Liadrin.
If he grabs a Libram of Hope, it might actually be enough for him to survive. If
Eh.
he gets
If he gets Liadrin, that's better because I think Hope is playable at 3. If my math is correct.
yes, it should be. Okay, here's an Ancient Mysteries to draw into nothing into a Mana Cyclone. 2-1. A Deep Freeze, he will
Polymorph.
not be able to play this.
Oh no.
He has to clear this board. 5-1. Okay, this
Yeah, 5-1, then 1-6.
this half clears this board. Deal the 8 damage. And now this is a tall order that Switch has to fulfill in order to secure his victory
So
against.
the best one is Hope here for Switch. So Hope first.
Oh no! Here we go. Here is Libram of Hope, definitely. So, with the amount of Libram of Wisdoms played though, it might be detrimental to him to keep playing this Wisdoms.
Oh,
because
Jandis. Let's go, Jandis.
what does Jandis bring to the table? My gosh.
Oh, but maybe it's worth it to play the Deep Freeze first.
I'm confused. Confused and dazed here.
So if you go for Van Maker, this is Jandis plus Pink.
The Arcane Breath is fine.
What makes something real?
Okay, Jandisu, what do you give us? Kind of useless stuff. Maybe you can Which is the illusion? The illusion is the one with
The
divine.
5-4. Yeah, the one with Divine Shield.
Pretty smart.
Would,
Okay.
would Switch go for the Arcane Breath here?
He should.
Just to
He
have
doesn't have a
2-1?
dragon in his deck. Deal enough to damage, and Liadrin going to come up clutch here.
That's 2 minions, by the way.
2 minions which are all overstated. He has to clear. 2 Librams of Hope here is all he needs. He only gets 1.
And he
So
can
this is the-
only play 1.
So this
So
is the
no-
final push.
Yeah, so it's either go for Libram of Hope or reinforce, then wisdom. Split the wisdoms.
Wow! Whoa! This is some unbelievable stuff here. See, this is what I mentioned when you have too many Libram of Wisdom played. That you just overload with them, and you're going to miss out on the second Libram of Hope.
And I think, oh wait, Switch can make this if he could take these Ancient Guardians in a good trade.
He goes.
Because he can
Yeah.
freeze, right? He can freeze
Yeah.
the Lady Liadrin.
Yeah, and I think that freeze will definitely be enough to survive, to make him survive for an extra turn. The scram session, he can start off with the oh no, he can't. He has to ping this Guardian. Okay.
5-4.
5-3,
yeah.
5-3-2. Then deep freeze Liadrin and switch 1 HP clutch. Are we seeing a 1 HP clutch in Hearthstone? 1 HP clutch?
Is Switch doing it?
I'm
This
starting
is-
to believe, Andy.
I cannot believe that we're seeing this kind of a match now.
What the heck? And this is Dreamcatcher is staring at 10. He's staring at 18, 19. He's not dead yet. But
He's not dead yet, but this 3-6 will stop his attacks.
what's with the Liber of Wisdom here? Why didn't he hero power and wisdom the three?
He'll
Oh,
twins,
no.
he'll give a life steal on the 9-11.
Oh, that keeps him alive.
Yeah,
So
but
that means they're only.
but
that
it's
limits the
still,
chance.
yeah, I gave him a chance to survive. Still survives, but this still hard. I don't want to compute anymore. I just want to watch. Wow. So, lab partner into cram session, but wait.
He doesn't need to. Switch doesn't need to.
Switch needs to compute if drawing deeper would means he'll be losing an edge to the fatigue because he's at 1 health.
Yes, a single point of fatigue is going to kill him. So I think he's gonna hold on to this cram session, play the lab partner, trade into the Liadrin with one of the water elementals, which buys him an extra turn.
Switch
And
know
I think 2
what
turns is
inside his
enough.
deck. So let's see. I want to check the decks now. So there's a Rust Frost Whisper. Rust Frost
And that-
Whisper.
A second mana giant, or have you seen 2?
Second cram session, or this is the second one.
I think that's the second one. Oh,
Oh wait, there's
Oh.
Cobalt Spellkin, double Cobalt Spellkin, remaining in.
oh,
Okay. Okay.
that's game.
That's a game. Switch managed to clutch a game. Clutch a finals. GG.
Oh, that is a huge GG.
GG. I don't know if the broom earlier, the miss sequence. Wow, the pen plinger's pings that Dreamcatcher missed out.
A while ago, yeah.
Yeah.
It just ties in. We went full circle to what I said earlier. The single point of damage that you missed from that dead turn when he played Libram of Justice, I think. And then he didn't play the extra friend flingers. That cost Dreamcatcher the game. the game, the series, and ultimately
The Horseman
the
Uther.
bundle. The bundle.
He's playing the Pali, but he won't get the skin.
Ah, you hate to see it, man. But Switch, as much as as much as I wanted DreamCatcher to win, it was apparently all a Switch day
Wow.
for.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm almost. Already typed Dreamcatcher as the winner. But I think I jinxed it. But again, the pen flinger happens.
Oh my goodness, he was sitting at 1 HP for how many turns now? And yeah, Dreamcatcher is roping because he could not believe what was happening. 1 damage. All he needed was 1 damage. And the pen flinger, as you said a while ago, was the catalyst for this legendary game from happening.
GG.
Wow.
Super nice series coming from these two players. Props to Switch taking the game 2-1.
Switch. My goodness.
I would invite him into a interview, but I didn't let them know, so wag na lang. Or
Sayang eh, sayang.
tingnan natin. There's no
Kung
harm.
G.
There's no harm in
Oh,
having him in
asking.
Discord.
Total, ano naman eh. Technically, this is a casual community tournament. I'd like to hear his thoughts naman din. Seeing as hindi ko naman talaga siya nakausap ever at all, di ba? So, yeah. Wow.
So ayun, congratulations to Switch, midterm exams champion. He'll get a Horseman Uther bundle, while Dreamcatcher will get a Huntsman Rexar. So I'm asking if Switch will pa-unlock, will let us have the interview. So let's get back to the guest casters.
The desk. Oh no.
So other than the super tight series, what can you say about it?
Wow. It was so intense that I actually forgot the 2 games that came before it. Hold on, let me remember. So we had the survival of the fittest turn 8, turn 9 lethal a while ago. Amazing stuff. And then uh the Pally versus Pally matchup was like better Paladin actually wins, and for in this specific regard, yeah, definitely better Pally wins even if it's no longer a Pally mirror, because yeah, Dreamcaster, those small things apparently hurts the macro
That-
just altogether.
Yeah, that's true. I would prepare his Switch picture, but di pa siya nagre-reply eh. Baka napa-CR.
Siya, siyempre intense ba naman eh, like you have to, kung pampakalma naman din yun eh, like get it out of your system muna, like wow, ano nangyari, mga ganun. Wow, yan lang
Wow
sabi
lang,
ko.
wow.
Wow. Napagod pagod dun.
Sobrang ganda nito. I mean, kung masipag lang talaga ako, gagawin ko to. Ewan ko. Let's see. Teka, ano lalagay natin? Midterms champion.
Midterms champion. Ooh.
I-chat ko na rin si Switch sa Facebook.
Gilang.
Ang kulit eh. So, ano pala, meron pa tayong giveaway. So, while we're waiting,
Oh yeah.
yan.
Sige, anin na
Announce
natin.
the giveaway open. Yan. Switch will join.
Yun.
Ikaw na pala sa interview, ha? Ako na lang i-epal.
sige lang. I mean, hindi ko naman din alam kung ano yung tatanungin eh. Ano lang. Chill lang na ano. So, ano nangyari? Oh, how are you feeling? Very, very basic lang.
Asan si Switch? Yeah.
Dali
Yeah.
natin.
Bit.ly, Enly Discord. Hintay lang natin si Switch, ha? Guys,
Sure lang.
we'll have a interview with the champion. Lagay natin
Big
sa
hype.
taas.
Hype. Tara.
Minsan lang makakita ng ganito. Awesome finals plus immediate interview with the champion. Interview with the champion. So check ko lang muna mawawala si Percy dito sa camera, but let's see kung pumasok na si Switch. Yun, si Switch. Roll to tourneycasters. Ayan. Hi there, Switch. Andiyan nga na ba? Hello.
Hello.
Konting interview lang. Cause
Hello.
of your very good series.
Grabe.
Percy
Napagod yun.
will do the interview. Go, Percy.
Okay, hindi ako prepared. Hi, Switch. Pusta ka na.
Hello. Okay lang.
Okay lang.
Pagod. Medyo pagod.
Pagod. I-describe mo yung pagod sa amin. What's going through your mind right now?
Medyo masaya naman. Pagod ng konti. Grabe yung mage talaga ang hirap pilot. Lalo na kung walang practice.
Walang
Wala
practice
pang
pa yun.
practice
Meron naman
yun,
akong
guys.
practice. Di lang extensive.
Mm,
Naglalada naman ako gamit mage. Pero hindi tulad ng dati na talagang total grind.
total grind sa mage. Pero sa tingin mo, may difference ba pagka nag-total grind ka ng ganyan with one certain deck versus na laro-laro ka lang sa ladder like 1 or 2 or 5 games?
Oo, malaking difference. Sobrang laki.
Yeah, how specifically ano yung difference niya? Para ma-gauge naman natin yung mindset ng
And matchup wise versus the Pali. What
Okay.
can you say na parang nag-miss out si DreamCatcher ng several pens and you living on the one health, ano din yung na-feel mo nun?
Okay. So, iba-ibang decks eh. Some decks are easier to play. Like Face Hunter, mas mababa yung skill cap.
Mhm.
No offense to Hunter players, pero ganun talaga.
Yeah.
Mage, Spell Mage, small Spell Mage, mahirap. Dapat alam mo kung kailan ka mag-go out, kung kailan ka magre-reserve ng cards, kung kailan ka gagawa ng Cyclone turn mo, or gagawa ng Chenvala turn. Yun. Just through experience, kapag madami ka nilalaro, mas malalaman mo kung anong pinakamagandang decision to win. Then, sa matchup naman sa Mage versus Paladin, Mage favored yun eh.
Pero
kaso-
you don't play Devolving Missiles sa deck mo, no?
I don't. Ano lang, hanggang discover lang.
parang parang yung Murazon ko lang yan. Wala akong Murazon. Let's go. Hope na lang sa
Di-discover na
Chronic
lang.
Studies.
So, yeah, yung Mage versus Paladin, alam ko favored yun eh. Medyo naging clunky lang yung hand ko bandang huli. Hindi ako makakuha ng 3 spell cards para mag-sound gauge and Vala. Wala rin akong Cyclone spells. Lalo na ng Druid game, wala
Oo.
talaga akong magawa.
Yun din yung actually nangyari kay JhayVibe kanina na yung nag-start siya ng mage hand niya, dalawa yung mana cyclone.
Mana Cyclone, then walang cheap spells, no?
Mm-mm.
Grabe. Pero,
Masakit.
yeah, yun naman, 1 HP, hindi ko na-expect. Actually, hindi ko na-expect na manalo nun eh, nung box. Sinuko ko na lahat kay Yog eh.
So dun pa lang sa box na lose hope ka na.
Dapat nung 2 HP siya, dapat pag di pa tapos to, box lang talaga. So, wala, yun na talaga. Nasa box lang talaga. Nung nakuha niya yung heal, then broom, wala. Praise Yog.
Yun yung swing turn talaga eh. Pero somehow na-manage mo yung comeback.
Yeah, kasi alam ko wala na siyang pen flingers. Pwede kong i-play out kahit 1 HP lang ako. So, konting deck tracking, medyo hard decision sa last turns kasi 1 HP mapapatig na ako. Di ko lang magdodraw ako or hindi.
Yun yan ang mention namin.
Medyo madaming
Tapos yun,
options to think about.
tapos yung combat spellkin mo, bottom 4, no? Tama ba? So,
bottom
isa,
four,
isa
bottom
rin yun
five.
sa why parang nag-drag so long yung game. Tapos meron pa akong isang gustong i-mention. Yun, ano nga ba? Nawala sa isip ko. Yung one health ba, nasabi mo na? Yan, nasabi mo na. Tapos, teka, iniisip ko yung yung sequence ng draws na nangyari dun sa Pali, yung nangyari, Hope muna yung nakuha niya before the Liadrin. Kasi, I was calling if it's Liadrin, baka mahirapan ka kasi double minions agad yung mape-play. Liadrin plus the Hope. Pero, ang nangyari kasi, nakuha muna yung Hope, tapos next turn Liadrin. Tapos, nung time na nag-Liadrin siya, hindi rin niya play ata yung Hope, kung tama yung alala ko. Would that, sa palagay mo, magbabago yung result? Or hindi
Okay,
naman?
so, hindi ko expect na isa lang yung nakuha niyang Hope. Akala ko 4. Nagpe-prepare ako sa 4. Binibilang ko na yung damage ko into 3 cards left na magdodraw. Hindi ako magpapatig. And then just i-freeze ko lang yung isang minion. Pero nakuha ko yung devolving missiles eh. Nung nakuha ko yung devolving missiles, alam ko na panalo na
So
ako.
parang dalawang devolving missiles yung yung nakuha mo ata. The early start at
Early.
at the start of the
Early.
game, at the late of the game. So sobrang gandang
Medyo clutch
laro.
yung devolving missile. Parang pwedeng isama sa deck.
Ngayon mo lang na-consider. I'll put it in my deck na. So yun. Meron ka pa bang may gusto ka ba i-shoutout Switch for this win or basta any shoutout?
Yan, shoutout lang sa Hearthstone community. Napakagandang community. Keep on striving. Shoutout kay Akino, comeback.
Comeback king.
Lakas ng comeback king.
Last.
Yan, shoutout sa inyo. Shoutout kina Staz. Sana kaya pa niyang bumalik ng GM. Shoutout kina Winning Moon. Sino ba? Kay Kara, kay Enrico, lahat ng players yan.
Yeah,
Sorry, hindi ko
nice.
maalala lahat.
So yun, di ka na namin patatagilin pa dito Switch, and thank you for letting us have this interview, and
Okay.
congratulations
Maraming salamat
again.
din. Thank you.
So yun, wala na si Switch, and wait, babalik natin si si Percy dito sa position niya. Yan. So yun,
Okay.
anong natutunan natin doon, Percy?
Na even though that na-reinforce pa lalo na si Switch yung conservative player in a sense na yun, mas nagulat talaga ako nung sinabi niya na he was preparing for 4 Librans of Hope. Even though mathematically it's not possible. 4, so ibig sabihin 2 extra, I should say.
Yeah, 2 extra.
So, he was yung talagang preparing for the worst, calculating all the single plays na parang makikita mo talaga na Hearthstone brings out the best in the people IQ wise talaga. Like may risk management pa pang involved, meron ka pang like there's just a lot of additional factors to that people do not see immediately when they
started playing, yeah. When they started playing, not just Hearthstone, but card game genre itself.
Mhm.
Ano pa? So, ano lang, pag-giveaway na tayo.
Yon, finally.
So, pindutin ko na, i-close ko na. We have 17 total entries. This is for the Scholar J na bundle. Now closed. So, pero syempre, delay ito sa chat.
Good.
Yung si Kara pa nga yung lumabas. Syempre, si Kara is not taking this. I deny that.
Embargo.
Next one, draw and announce draw as denied. Hans DC, accept.
Oh.
No. Nandito ba si Hans DC? Pag wala si Hans DC dito, kailangan kong redraw. But if he's here, we'll be wrapping up the show. And ikaw, Percy, having you here is such a pleasure, and thank you Any shout out?
Siguro. Gusto ko i-shoutout din yung Hearthstone PH community kasi ginawa ni Switch yun eh. So siguro mga personal na lang. I guess shoutout sa NOHK yung anime circle ko na I've been with for like 7-8 years na. Then siguro shoutout na din sa mga high school friends ko na nag-introduce sa akin sa Hearthstone. Hindi na sila naglalaro ngayon kaso
Pabalikin mo sila.
ayun, pwede. May returner stuff naman din na. Pwede.
And with the revamp of the systems, 'di ba? So
Pwede. Easy na
maganda
mag-rank.
yan. Ano
Yan.
pa? Yun lang ba?
Yan.
Any shows or games or streams or channels you want to...
I mean, may socials na dyan naman din, exclamation point caster ka lang. So, yeah. And I don't really post a lot because of work nowadays, pero pagka merong esports Acad Arena stuff, usually I'm on top of it. So, if meron kayong tanong tungkol sa campus esports or anything related to Acad Arena, syempre I'm not the one to say something na official, pero medyo extensive na yung knowledge ko being involved with the great people in esports Acad Arena thus far.
Nice. So, I think meron namang Hearthstone pa in the near future, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yun. So, at least yung of course meron and with conviction. So, yung mga collegiate players natin dito, don't stop playing Hearthstone even though there's a lot of other games. You could mix it with them plus the studies.
Yeah. If anything nga, parang hinihintay ko na lang na magkaroon ng over AKG games. Make it happen. Or the joke lang. Acad Arena may stuff pa behind the scenes na kailangan silang ayusin doon. Sana more FPS sa Acad Arena, yun na lang. Pero
About FPS, yung Overwatch, yesterday, I was lurking sa isang kay DreamG Galaxy Playgrounds. Shoutout sa kanya. Meron siyang solid squad or stream group na naglalaro ng Overwatch. I saw them yesterday, 6 months back. So sabi ko kay Kara, hamunin natin Overwatch. Ano lang, fun casual tournament for the sake of engagement din. Ayun. Maybe HSPH versus the other.
wow!
Pero syempre, fun lang. And I'm not sure who will broadcast it because I cannot broadcast Overwatch. Mamamatay lang yung PC ko. So yun. So sana nga sana for AKG Games which are sponsor, thank you to them. Mag-expand pa sila. Yun, i-top nila yung Overwatch community. So, we'll see. Madami pa naman silang plano for sure. And sa Hearthstone, alam ko madami talaga. And since neto si Hans DC napili sa Scholar J na bundle, maklo-close na natin giveaway and plug ko lang din. Next weekend, November 7, special exams.
Nako.
Yung pwede bumawi yung mga tao dito but special exams. So it's not standard, it's not wild, it's battlegrounds. So yun, yung mga taong parehas nilalaro, mas maganda. Pero yung mga standard lang, try BG, malay nyo, makasungkit kayo. And support the community, syempre. Tapos, on that would be Saturday, I think. Basta,
yes, it is Saturday.
Yung other is Sunday sa Visayas. So if you guys are from Visayas, there will be exclusive again for Visayas. And you'll win standard bundle of the Darkmoon Fair if you're champion. And the second one is the User, Horseman User. And the third and follow is Rexar, Scholar J na bundle. So yung mga taga Visayas dyan, invite your friends to play, to join Hearthstone PH community. We have a very tight community and they're really happy and lively to play with. So, yun.
Yeah.
Tapos ano pa ba? Meron pa akong nakalimutan. Shoutout din natin si Kara. Laging na lang merong shoutout kay Kara. Kay Kara na may not weekly, almost daily YouTube content. Check her YouTube page and nagraran din siya ng giveaways doon. Tapos, ano pa? yung Circuit Showdown ng Channel 8, di ko alam kung when will be the next one, but I'm pretty sure it would be Visayas ata. But, yun, sali kayo. And I have more plans of tournament ata. Kasi, yun, kanina, banggit natin, parang gusto kong magpa-wild. Hinintay lang natin yung confirmation if Karakut will let us have the wild
Will
tournament.
bless us with
Yeah,
the
will
tournament.
bless us. Tapos yung channel points ko dito, that's another Battlegrounds tournament aside from the special exams, kasi ito yung host Battlegrounds tournament dito, most likely walang partnership kay AKG Games, so para makakalaro si Kara. And yung sub goal natin, K-pop.
Ayan
K-pop
na.
love, anong tawag dito? TikTok challenge. Tomorrow or sa Monday, meron na akong isang, ano ba yun? 10
Teaser.
seconds lang ba yun? Teaser. So, that
10
serves
to
as a,
15 yata. Ganun.
that serves as a teaser on what you're getting if we reach the 25 subscribers. Again, tomorrow, I'll have a break, Percy. Tapos, Monday onwards, tayo? Back on our daily
Back to the
schedule.
schedule. Yan.
Yun, yung schedule ko, popost ko na lang next time, and yun. Thank you for watching and having you here, and much love from Hearthstone page community. I think that's all for me, and congrats again to our players, Switch, DreamCatcher, sino pa ba? Sino na in-take form natin? JhayVibe
J5
and
Si
AgentBlank ba yung nakatalo sa akin? Akino yung
Akino.
mag-invite pa kayo ng Hearthstone players, returnee or new. And yun, last ata ngayon, di ba? League of Legends Championships. Although I don't play it anymore, but nagwa-wild rift ako. Yun, nood kayo. Finals, as in grand finals, best of 7 ata yun. And we'll be Raging Dio playing Hearthstone now. I think
Ooh.
he'll be giving away the mega bundle, Scholomance mega bundle that he won on
Uy,
a
sarap.
tournament before. So,
Ooh,
let's
tara
support
na,
Raging
tara, guys.
Dio. And yun. Thank you again, and see you again on my next tournament. Thank you, Percy. Bye.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, guys. Stay safe, stay dry, stay hydrated.